Hello. Yes, working. Yes.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Please have a seat. We are going to start about in few minutes. Yes. Hello and good morning, everyone. How are you? Welcome to WordCamp Asia 2024 Day 3. Yesterday we had very insightful session from our amazing speakers. So please give a big round of applause to our speakers. And our amazing, it would not be possible without our organizers and volunteers. So please give a big round of applause to our organizers and as well as our volunteers. And for you as well. So are you excited? Yeah. So our first talk will be something about contribution, and that is something I'm very passionate about as well. And I can see many familiar faces in audience with whom I worked on various projects. So before starting, I would like to ask some questions. How many of you are contributing to WordPress before? Please raise your hands. And who are never contributed? Is there anyone? Yeah, you gonna learn a lot from this session. Okay, so our next session, next speaker is Nao Takano. She is a regular contributor, and WordPress is the community, and for the community, WordPress is a project for the community and by the community. And our next speaker is Naoko Takano. She has been a force within the WordPress community for over 2 decades, starting her journey back in 2003 by translating WP documentation into her native language. Correct me if I'm wrong, she is the one of among few people who started the WP localization. And she's not just a contributor. Naoko has been the heart of organizing WordCamps, meetups, do action in Japan and in Asia as well. And as a project manager for Contributor Growth Initiative, she has played a pivotal role in helping uh, shaping the future of WordPress, focusing on projects like mentorship program and Five for the Future. She was the global lead for first flagship event, WordCamp Asia 2023, and the preparation goes for more than 4 years from 2019 to 2023. She was the longest preparation WordCamp. Today, Naoko is here to share her insight in her talk titled Insights from WordPress Contribution, What Makes Us Impactful. She will take us on a journey through the heart of the WordPress community, exploring what drives impactful collaboration from data to real-life experiences. Naoko will show us how we can enrich our collaborative efforts in any setting. I would like to call her on stage. Please give a big round of applause to Naoko.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here on the stage again at the WordCamp Asia. So yes. Okay. Hello. My name is Naoko Takano. As I was introduced, I was one of the global leads for WordCamp Asia 2023, along with some fresh here, and JC Palmas, who was the contributor day lead for the 2 days before. Yay. So as you can see, it was the longest planning WordCamp in the history. For those who didn't know, we started planning in 2015 about the idea of the WordCamp Asia, and we actually started organizing in 2019, and the pandemic stopped us from having the event. So we paused for 2 years, and in 2023, we were able to have the event finally. So that was one of the happiest day of my life to end the WordCamp. So I'm gonna talk about my WordPress journey a little bit. Pooja shared my history a little bit, but as she said, I've been involved in WordPress for 2 decades, which is scary long time. I started using WordPress in 2003 as just a user, because I was not a web professional at the time. I was working for a Japanese automotive company in Michigan, doing a temp administrative assistant job. And my dream was to become a web designer, but I didn't know how, because I graduated from school, college in graphic design degree, and I'm just I was struggling to find my first job to get involved in the, this internet web industry. It was early time, So, but I was kind of reading things online, blogs at the time was becoming popular. I found lots of design blogs and designer blogs, web design blogs. And I found a header of one of the, my favorite blogs said, not WordPress, but movable type, which was another type of blogging software. And then from that, I started, installing movable type, getting stuck, and also discovering WordPress and fell in love, because it was so easy to customize, so easy to use. And as a designer, it was such a fun experience to customize it with a template and CSS. So that's still, the user part of my journey. And I started contributing, as Pooja said, documentation, WordPress itself, forums. So, as a non-coder, I knew a little bit of coding, but not much. So I was kind of trying to spread the word about WordPress to the Japanese community. So that's how I got involved, because there's so much things to be done for, letting people know what the WordPress, this software is. So I didn't know what I was doing exactly. I didn't know anything about open source. I just started doing things that was ahead of me that seemed, important or seemed needed. So that was my first phase, and that's my first contributor phase. And thanks to WordPress, I was able to become web designer because of the skill that was still emerging time for CSS, which might sound very weird for younger people. CSS was early stage of adaptation, but thanks to WordPress, I got to learn how to use it, templating, at the time, theme didn't exist. It was CSS and a PHP file. And thanks to WordPress, I got to learn the latest skill of web, which was not adopted by the industry yet. So when blogging became popular, I got to get some job making templates for some blogging software, blogging theme for company blogs. So that was where my contributor journey and my professional journey kind of converged for the first time. I even got to write the books, 2 books about WordPress in Japan, in Japanese. And I got a job at an agency doing web design, which was like my dream come true. I worked for websites like Sherry.com or Navy.com, which is like kind of high-end type of agency job. So it was like not possible without WordPress. So I became more involved as a community manager. And at the time, I had to explain about the photo. I went to WordCamp San Francisco in 2007. I met Matt Mullenweg, who is a co-founder of WordPress. And I asked him, what can I do to spread the word about the WordPress? How can I make WordPress popular in Japan? And he said, you should do a WordCamp, like just like that. And I'm like, okay, I'll do a WordCamp. And yeah, just a small thing like that. Small thing like that. You know, small encouragement like that can really make a big difference. Because without that, I don't think I had done WordCamp for this many years. And maybe WordCamp Asia wouldn't exist in this shape. So that was 2007. My first WordCamp organization was 2009, WordCamp Tokyo. And the Tokyo community grew bigger. And this is a designer of WAPU. She's an illustrator of WAPU. Her name is Kazuko Kaneuchi. And this was one of WordCamp Osaka moments. And then, yes, and then I had a job. I was hired by Automatic as a customer support happiness engineer in 2010, shortly after WordCamp, first WordCamp in Japan. And yeah, my journey from then was, doing my work at Automatic, getting some involvement in the community, continuing to translate, continuing to, grow the community. Then my professional role changed to localization manager, which is turning WordPress.com into multiple languages. So at the time, I was having hard time balancing my professional role and community role because WordPress.com is similar to WordPress.org, but a little bit separate from the community. And I had 2 kids, my son, my daughter. My daughter is going to turn 10, so in the middle of this journey, I was struggling to find time to contribute. But again, thanks to Automatic, I am now a full-time contributor working on the projects like Fiber for the Future and contributor mentorship program. So that's a long time, but as I explained, little bit of progression in my journey helped me to get where I am. So I'm excited to share how I got here and what made a difference in my journey. So as I said, yes, this is my role, open source project manager. This was an event in last year in summer. We had a Tokyo 5 for the Future event, and it was very successful. And some of the attendees are here too. So, have you seen people wanting to contribute? I know, some of the people who raised hand who never contributed to WordPress. I'm sure you came here because you want to, learn how to contribute. There's so many people who want to contribute to WordPress. And, even though we keep saying we need more contributors, I think there are more contributors who want to contribute, but not, exactly able to do that. So there's lack of contribution, which is, even from experienced contributors, they don't always know exactly where they can contribute the most, be impactful. So there's some disconnect between, want and, leading that to actual contribution that is, impactful for them and the project itself. At the same time, we always see joy of contribution. People keep doing it because it's fun, because it's enjoyable, it's meaningful, and whenever you make something, some kind of contribution that is, worthwhile or impactful for the people or the project, you feel this, excitement. I think that's what kept me in this community. it was very different from anything I experienced outside of this, project. It's somehow, maybe it's connecting to someone you never knew in the world to, be able to help, or some kind of like big impact WordPress had to, people in their life. It makes you so happy to be able to be part of this project, because it's not something you can get from outside of this open source contribution. So you see these three things, how can we embrace the want? There are people who want to contribute, but there's lack of contribution, connecting them to actual contribution activities and sustaining it. And we want to make them happy, and we want to make us happy by having lots of contributors who are active and enjoying their activities. That's my question. That's my work. That's my mission. So let's go through some of the ideas about how to make it happen. This is my favorite book, Art of Community. It's a Japanese version because it has a different subtitle. I wrote about this in my blog, and someone who read that in Japanese said like he was very inspired, so I decided to include it. The subtitle is How to Connect the Desire to Contribute to Lead to Success, to Results. And that's only in Japanese version, it has this subtitle, and the book is Art of Community. It's a little older than another book with the same title, but remember this, cover. I think the English version has the same cover. So I love the idea about how can we like bring this want and connect it with the the actual contribution and that lead to success. That's my big question in my journey. So Five for the Future is one of the initiative to help the Five for the Future is the promoting the WordPress community's contribution to the platform's growth. So currently we have this pledge system where companies and individuals can say, hey, I want to contribute. And from there, it's me and Hari Shankar, he's my buddy for this project. And we try to help people and organizations succeed in their contribution journey. So pledges, just like that, there's contribute as an organization, and as an individual, you can pledge to, say that I contribute to WordPress. So this is available as of now. So if you have questions about that, let me know. So the state of Five for the Future. About the 20% of the pledges who raised hand to say they will contribute, as an individual who are not sponsored, who are not paid to do their contribution work. This is a number percentage that is for the self-sponsored contributors who are active. So this means they have logged in, they had some kind of activity on WordPress.org. So it's small, like, I know we have people who've been, leaving and, not getting involved again, but even though people say they want to get involved, they don't always succeed in the journey. And for the company-sponsored contributors, so for example, GoDaddy, Yoast, 10up, they have like several people pledged to contribute to WordPress as part of their work. So, during like 40 hours or 5 hours on their workday, they contribute to WordPress. Of those company-sponsored contributors, we still only have 60% who are active. So some of the top companies, they have like much higher activity, percentage. For example, Automatic, I'm sure it's close to 100%, except for people taking leave because that's our full-time job. But some companies say, okay, we want to contribute, but it doesn't lead to actual contribution, unfortunately. And also 21% of those, 60% of company contributions are, we would say, impactful. I think every contribution is meaningful, but maybe some of it is not as impactful as, for example, core contribution or event organization. There is small things you can do, but company sponsored contributors, they might be waiting to be connected to projects that they can make impact. So only 21% involved in these impactful projects. We have so many individuals who want to contribute, but desires and motivation is not enough. So, why can't we connect the want with the joy of the contribution? My observation through these 20 years, I think it has several factors. Contributors get stuck. Many get stuck at getting started. They say they want to, and they don't have any opportunity to actually get started. And they're like, I don't know what I'm doing, and then leave. Maybe you have seen people like that. Maybe you have helped people like that. But this is a super common thing, which is maybe surprising for you, for people who, like me, who started earlier, because it was easier when time was simple. And sustaining the activity can be hard, maybe because it's life situation or other things. You can say, like, I'm gonna do it, and then you do it like for a short period of time, and then you go away. And make impact, as I said, finding a project that is impactful and that's available for you. There's a concept of a contributor ladder, which is a blog post by Josefa, and you can check out later. The ladder is, first stage is connecting. So maybe WordCamp is your opportunity, or you go into Slack and you connect with people. And you understand, your surrounding, how things go, and you engage, and then you perform, then you become a leader, encouraging others. So it's not always smooth ladder, even for me, myself. I think I was lucky to be able to kind of, find my way, but it took a long time. So how can we, optimize this ladder? What blocks us? I'm sure you're familiar with this if you're involved. But there are, lack of resources. Even though we have so much like information about contributing, documentation and everything, there still isn't enough. It seems that we are able to activate all the people who want to become active. And sometimes there's lack of credit direction in some things, and lack of collaboration is a big challenge. We're dispersed, and some people are doing one thing, other people are doing the same thing. We don't always find out. And also, of course, it's burnout. How can we unblock? So I think this is for everybody is interested to be more successful in your journey. Even if you're already active, maybe you can think about how you can help others to unblock their contribution blockers. First, provide or find resources. Of course, if there's no resource, we need to provide it. And it's not about written documentation or onboarding sessions. We need time and skills and peers or mentors to help out. For example, if you're a company supporting your contributor employees, have a time set aside, even 1 hour every quarter, or few hours one day. For example, Yoast does this. Contributor Day happens regularly. I think a couple times a year. Next edition is April 18th. They have set aside a day to host a Contributor Day, which is similar to the day one of WordCamp Asia, but online for the guests, and your employees can join offline at the office. So this is one way to say, hey, this is a day for contribution. That way you can continue to do it on that day for sure. Another one is have an internal resource and use it. RT Camp have learning courses for their employees that includes contribution to WordPress. This is not like entire part of their training, but they teach new hires skills to, as a part of their training to contribute to WordPress. So it's their part of their training process, which helps gain their skills and expanding community. Web Dev Studios, they have 5 for the Future Friday. So on day, I think it's once a month, they have regularly held the internal day for contribution. So JC, who was a co-lead of WordCamp Asia last year, she would spend Friday, working on WordPress WordCamp things, and she said, "I'll do it on a Friday because I have time set aside from my company." Another one is WordPress contributor mentorship program. This is another resource people can use. This cohort has started already for this, this time around, but we plan on having more in the future. So if you know anybody who wants to get started, keep an eye on the idea for this contributor mentorship program. We'll be, collecting more people, calling more people to be mentee and mentors. So, once you have a resource, we need to share and find a clear direction. If you are in a position to, lead a project, of course, we need to share it. But if you, the person to find the direction, to stay informed, it's best to be connected and ask questions. And you also need to set priorities for yourself, because the direction is not just given to you, but you need to set your own direction. And without that, it's really easy to get lost. So don't just say, like, I'm just going to keep doing the same thing, but maybe to, come up, climb up the ladder of contribution, try something new, try something, more difficult, and, or, expanding your skills and, experience. Set a priority to, let's say, like, I'm gonna try to become a volunteer next time, try to, send a PR to, Gutenberg repository, do something different to, expand your experience, so that you can start to see more and more different types of contribution and stay informed. And collaborate, of course. We all know collaboration is best way to get something done in the WordPress community. We've learned through, WordCamp, of course, projects. Open source itself is a result of collaboration. So communicate well. Even though we only get to talk to each other often online, written communication is the key of how we get things done. So be careful with your language, and if English is not your first language, learning it is of course important, but communication is just beyond that. So maybe look at the people who are doing well and learn from their what they're doing. So, and then working open source is open. So you need to work together, not just, get things done in a direct message, get more people involved, share information, and more people who want to help will be, able to help. Without you opening up the opportunity, they won't be able to find what needs to be done. And help others to collaborate, work together, matching people who are, looking for something from each other. So we can do a lot in here. So this comes from outside of WordPress or open source, but I thought it was interesting. There's more and more things to know, especially, as the project goes into, 21st year, and it gets bigger, more complicated, more people are involved. There's always more things to know. It's not possible to know everything. I learned in WordCamp Asia organization, it's much bigger than local WordCamp. There's so much to know. So you need to be able to trust others and work with them and help them become a good leader. Otherwise, you can't do everything. So you will, be forced to learn doing things with others. And that helps avoiding burning out, because by delegating work to others, you can have time for yourself. Rest, self-care is very important, because that's the only way you can stay in the community and keep contributing long term and keep building the network that is needed for working together. So these are the tips for becoming more impactful. Provide resources for yourself and others. Share and find a clear direction. Collaborate. Align with user needs. I skipped it, but I originally had it. I'm sorry. Avoid burning out. So what makes us impactful? I'm coming back to this first question. My theory is that we need to think long-term advancement of growth of the ecosystem. If you're starting out, maybe it doesn't feel quite important as other things that you need to learn. But I think what has been driving me is that I care about WordPress, I care about the community, and I care about the long-term existence of the ecosystem. So the decisions I have been making is, okay, I will be able to fix this in a long term. So I will choose a slower way. That way, you can always have the result in a long term. So I would say don't focus on short term result. If you have the mind of 5 for the future, not the 5% part, but the future part, you will always be able to work together and contribute to the future of the WordPress. Only way to be able to make the first 5 for the future successful is to have the future mindset and think about how you can strategically contribute to WordPress, and not just to focus on things in front of you, but think as a community, think as a ecosystem. You need to help out, you need help from others. We work together, and that's the only way for the future WordPress to be able to have a successful state. So let's build the future of WordPress better together, and that's my hope, and I hope that's your desire to be here in this room. I will hope this conversation will continue, and we will be able to talk more about this 5 for the future and WordPress contribution in the course of the day and after this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naoko, for this amazing session. And if anyone have any question, please feel free to ask. Is there any question? Yes, please.
If you're new to contributing, where should you start? Like, if you want to contribute, what's the best way to start?
First step, there's a contributor tool at make.wordpress.org/contribute, correct? Yes. So there's a tool that you can choose your contributor path based on your skill and desire. But at the same time, since you're here at the WordCamp Asia, I would encourage you to talk to others. There's a help hub table in the second floor sponsored area. There's a way to, they'll teach you how to get involved in the Slack for Make WordPress, and they'll help you. So please talk to people. And what's your name? Michael. And please help Michael. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who want to ask question? I have a question if I can.
Okay.
Yeah. How can we motivate people to contribute? I mean, how can people contribute?
How can we help people contribute, and how can we
Motivate them,
help?
yeah, yes.
Yes. So I think motivation always comes from your desire and interest, but I was motivated through, small encouragement, even from the beginning, not just from Matt, but everybody who were around me. So don't hesitate to say, things like, you're doing a great job, you're doing meaningful things, you helped me. I think small, care to others that goes far away. It sometimes is kind of, hesitating to say that. But if someone does a great job, I sometimes send you, I sent you a message, you're doing such a great job. I think that keeps you going, because you realize, okay, I'm doing something meaningful. So don't assume people know that. People like Pooja, I think it needs to be said, even though it's so obvious, you might think, oh, she knows, but, it helps a lot. Yeah.
I can still remember my first message back in 2017, when I first time attending Polyglot's meeting. And right after the meeting, you messaged me and encouraged me to contribute more.
Oh, yeah.
The first time it was amazing. And when you get appreciation from the seniors, and it was like seniors and who are already contributing, it is always awesome, feeling awesome.
Yeah. So if you're already contributing, I think everybody feels, oh, someone who is already doing, see me. So yeah, Slack DM, let's do it more for those purposes. Yes.
How we can encourage companies to contribute to open source project?
For the companies to contribute, I would say we need to find the sweet spot of where they can benefit from, contributing to WordPress, and how WordPress benefit from their contribution. For example, I know like Google hosting companies, they're interested in security and performance, they work on it. It makes sense. So don't just think like it's an obligation to help WordPress. It is an opportunity for you to make a change into the direction that you want to. Find something that helps your business through contribution. And if you have a question about that, me and Hari, we're happy to answer all the specific questions about your company contribution. Just what?
Yes, please.
I have two questions. One for one for folks who are contributing for the first time. They know where they would like to contribute. Like they've decided on the team and they know kind of what they want to do. Where should they go to figure out like more about what the teams are doing, like where they meet, what they are looking at, what they're trying to do as like their beginner first time contribution? And the second question is for companies that looked at your presentation and realized like they didn't know that they could sponsor some of their employees' time, like where could they go to say like, I'm ready to help an employee contribute, how do I get that done?
Okay, so the first question, what people find out, I would say make the WordPress.org front page has links to each team and document, handbook, meetings. So meeting is, team meetings that happens on Slack is the best way to, say hello and ask questions, even though you can ask questions anytime on Slack. So if you're not, asking question in person, Slack and Make WordPress website has all the information. But I know we need to improve in first, good first bug kind of things for every team. We don't exactly have page to send people to. The tool is great, but after that, they might feel lost. So I think it's area to contribute for others, to help contributors. So we need to have some work. And for companies, yes, that's another thing we need to improve. I have this email, get involved at WordPress.org. We can, have you contact us, but we don't have exact way of pointing people to, where to work on. I would point to, Josepha's post about, big things for 2024. Is that right? Yeah. So she lists important projects for this year, including like data liberation and core and things like that. So the make the WordPress.org/project is one of the location to find out. But we're also working on a dashboard for contributor, which will help new contributors and experienced contributor to find the most important things to work on. For some teams, they have good first bug tag for GitHub issues. So yeah, but finding that could be also a problem. So we need a better, onboarding of new people. So yes, thanks for the question. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer. They're amazing. And we have a token of appreciation for you. Just give me a minute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And let's keep talking. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you everyone for joining us. We have our next session in 20 minutes. So please feel free to get water and what you want. And we will be back in 20 minutes here. Thank you. Hello? Yes, it's working now. Hello, everyone. Hello again. So today is the AI world, and we are using AI tools everywhere in our business to find any content, any code, anything. We use AI in our day-to-day lives. And do you ever care about legalities of AI? How can we use and all? Our next talk gonna be around this. So let's give a warm welcome to Helen Tung, founder of New Space 2016 and a leading expert in international law and emerging technologies. Helen is on mission to help individuals and organizations make better decisions. As an international lawyer, speaker, and consultant, she is known for her insightful talks on authenticity, alignment, and leveraging the laws of nature and the universe. In her various roles, including G100 Space Technology, Chair and Vice Chair of the Enterprise Risk Management Committee, Helen is at forefront of legal discussions surrounding space exploration and AI technologies. Today, Helen will be shedding light on the legal implication of using AI tools in her talk titled Legal Implication on the Use of AI Tools from Data Protection to Intellectual Property. She will guide us through what users need to know to navigate this rapidly evolving landscape. So please give a big round of applause to Helen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So let's have a scan around the room. How many of you are developers? Hands up. Just want to get an idea. Okay, very good. How many you guys are content people? Okay, wonderful. How many of you are entrepreneurs? All hands should be up. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So I want to start by saying I am so delighted to be in Taipei. 我真的很高兴来到台北. And I want to say that this moment where you guys are here sitting with me is a very powerful moment. Why? Because all the years of talking about AI, thinking, dreaming about AI, it's happening. And why is it a powerful day today? Well, in my talk, I am going to try and convince you guys, if not least, to share the relevance of why legal is important and why we need you and you need us. For too long, the conversations on law and AI, in the sense of what are the legal issues and the technical developments, have been two very separate conversations. And what's important for me as an advocate, as a lawyer, is also I'm very passionate in helping businesses and entrepreneurs like you guys. And I want to see the discussions of law and AI moving forward like this, in partnership, in conversation, and developing together. Because what have you noticed recently in the news? Everyone's getting very excited. You've got ChatGPT, Bard, and so forth. But equally, there's a lot of concern. There's a lot of worry about how do we regulate AI? How do we contain potential dangerous scenarios? So we're going to touch upon all of that. And really, my talk is a call for action. It's a call for action for you guys to not take the back seat, but to take the front row in leading the conversation in partnership with us as lawyers. Okay? So, without further ado, let's start. A bit about myself, New Space 16. I'm really glad Pooja made the introduction. I'm a traditional lawyer in the sense that I got qualified in England and Wales. I started off as a litigator. I might not look like it, but I am. And then I worked in-house. I spent some time in Silicon Valley. I co-founded a satellite propulsion startup. I spent some time at NASA. And my startup failed miserably. But hey, if you're an entrepreneur, you go through cycles. And so in a small way, I can relate to most of you. Now, what is AI? I loved it for the last few days. We talked about what is AI in the meeting rooms, over lunch, and also on platforms. But for me, AI on a high level, conceptual level, it's everything and anything you want it to be. Why? Because it's about your dream. It's about the lifestyle that you wish to have. It's about the ideas and turning it into a reality. And hence, I think this picture depicts it quite well, and it's also about envisioning what kind of a future that you want. So, I don't know if it's going to end up as a quote, but it is literally everything and anything we can think up. What is AI? If I had to encapsulate AI as a person, how would I describe them? Well, I would say they're a high performer. They never sleep and they never die. They can actually work and perform non-stop. They're time efficient, they're cost effective, and they're also very flexible. They can survive and maintain whatever they need to do in any environment. And I can also engage with them 24/7 due to constant connectivity. And by the way, even through avatars and different mediums, I can still be in touch. We're traveling time and space. And so hence I had to put some imagination in there, like your fantasy dragon slayer, superhero magician. Is it really that far off, you might ask? Now, this is where I'm going to throw in a space concept, but not quite. Have you guys heard of the concept of parallel universe? Come on, all hands should be up. So we're living it. And I define it in a very simplistic way. You and I sitting here, the 3D versions of us, and we all have a mobile phone. We all have an online presence. That, be it our avatar, is a different universe. Some might take it to the next level and say it's metaverse. You don't need to be on a different planet to have another personality. And so that's why I think, in a humble way, we're already living the parallel universe. Now, more than that, and this is where the conversation can either go positive or negative, depending how you think of it. Who do I have here that's quite a famous personality? People should know. Gandhi. Now, my first thought about AI, and this is just to show how I think, was we can bring back the dead. All the famous philosophers like Aristotle, Plato, to bring back the real ideas. Now, you might have a different version. You might think of the Frankenstein version, the zombie version. I'm not thinking that. You can tell I'm an optimist. But there is something that is really beautiful about that idea. That kind of power is unspoken of, if you get what I'm trying to say, right? If not in the 3D, at least in the, ultimate various universes. And of course, some of these images, whilst here I'm saying they're all, digital and AI, but to the ordinary folk, particularly if you look at that frog, that looks pretty real to me, right? So then we go on to the next topic, legal issues. Now, before you get too bothered about this topic or feeling it's a bit heavy, let me share this idea with you. So I've been engaged in this topic of AI for a long, long time. In fact, I call myself an advocate because for years, starting in my career as a lawyer, I wanted to advocate more interest in AI because I know and I knew that it would come to this point where we had to have tough conversations. And a few years back, I attended the UN conference on AI. It's actually named quite nicely. It's called AI for Good. You had major stakeholders like the states, you had the military, you had academia, you had experts. And I looked around the room and I said, someone's missing here. And they are you guys. Where are all the developers? Where are all the content people? I need those whiz kids in the back, in the back garage to be here at the UN to be talking with us. And what I discovered in that conversation? It was a tough one to swallow. That maybe for the people who were making and developing, they were too busy. Or that they really don't think this is part of them. Like, why should we be talking about legal? We just want to do our creative stuff. We just want to develop. We just want to do our work. So this is where I come in, right? I talked about this, the partnership, because it's at this point we need your help. Now let's just have a look for a moment. What kind of legal issues? There's a whole heap. And I'll go through it, don't worry. I'll simplify it as much as I can. We have issues like liability and accountability. With great power is great responsibility. We have data and privacy and security. We have issues like bias and discrimination we need to tackle. Regulatory compliance, ethics, international laws and regulations. So let's have a look What does liability and accountability mean? Now, what has been really interesting for me is I've heard some speakers sort of blip over the issue. No, really, AI systems are not liable. How sure can we be? Let's play this out a little, shall we? Now, you are a person. We call this someone in legal terms with legal personality. You, if you have a problem, you can go to court and file a claim. Now, just bear with me for a moment, because this concept has been tested in court for now. So you have some judgments in the US court primarily, and also in the UK, and there's a question that we ask. If you develop an AI system that can create artwork, who owns that artwork? Is it you, the creator, or is it the AI system that you created that could have the artwork? Now, this was tested in the court, and the court goes, no, this AI system does not have entitlement to it. Why is this important? Now, it doesn't take a genius, but you can have a guess. If you are the artist, you have rights, you have obligations. If you create a piece of artwork, you are entitled to what? Trademark protection. License fees if people use your artwork. Being paid for your services. Isn't that important? Correct? This is really important. So the question of where the liability sits right now, I think, is still out in the open. There are no concrete answers, but to give you some ideas, it could be the developer, it could be the creator, it could be the user, for example, if not reading the instructions properly. It might be the AI system. So we do need a legal framework to try and envisage how would this all work. Now, autonomy is an interesting one, to give you guys some idea of how I came into this. So I started off doing a PhD on piracy, not cyber, but Pirates of the Caribbean piracy. And whatever you're seeing in Yemen right now, I deep dived into it. But the point I'm trying to say is I looked into autonomous vessels, right? Ships with no one driving it, but you allow them to, press a button and say, okay, what level of autonomy do we want? Do we want the human in the loop, i.e. you're controlling the robot? Do we want the human out of the loop? We press go and the robot does whatever they want, and we allow for them to have their own judgment call. Right? So these are the kind of discussions we're having, and I'm really glad to say, at least in the maritime world, it's progressed a long way. But we're still there, and just to simplify it, you don't need very complex cases. You just think of traffic systems. Right now, you drive your car on the road, you have a red light, a green light, and a blue light. Sorry, reframe. A green light, orange, and a red. We all know what that means. So maybe it's something like that. We just need to understand what are the rules do we want to allow and enable the kind of systems and how they operate. And then there are other factors, right? If you develop a good and it goes rogue, this is the sort of classical Hollywood style when the robot, is out of control, or it's made defectively. Not intentionally, it's unintentionally, but in any event. And what impacts that has on licenses and licensees. So this is where the people in the business people are in put their caps on and say, hey, I bought a service and I need a good. And if, for instance, it doesn't line up to what I signed in the contract, are there liabilities? Are there rights theirs? And then, of course, I gave the example of ships, but here you can also refer it to cars. And then it's also decision-making, right? You guys have clients. You serve a client when you develop something or you're selling content or doing content of sorts. So this is one of the questions that you also need to think about. How do we make decisions easy for the client? And then I go back to the basics. This is always important. First principles. What are our values when we're trying to make these complex decisions that will impact society? Because it does. And what are the exceptions to the rule? What are the exceptional circumstances? For example, if there was an emergency, right? We really want to give, if we cannot reach the fire at the top, if a robot can help us do that, why not? Let's give them full power, control to save lives. And this is a very interesting contractual question. Validity in force majeure. Who knows what force majeure is? Okay. Law 101. Force majeure are situations beyond your control, like war, disaster, COVID as well. So if you have a situation where it's a force majeure, everything you signed up to is no longer valid. So we need to think about these things when we are embarking on our development. So, what are the issues? So here, I put down data privacy because a few years ago, and it's not that long ago, data was really not seen that important. And then over time, first it was Europe, then America, and then now even in the Middle East, and also in Asia, data has become increasingly important. Your data, be it health, whether you buy car insurance, it all matters because it's your information. And it may be sensitive, right? Some people, they might say, okay, I'm okay with sharing my data. Well, are you? And then, of course, there has to be a balance between public knowledge and private knowledge. For example, for all of you that have got Instagram, Twitter, whatnot, you are sharing your information because you want the public to know. But what if there's private information that's only between you and your family? You don't want others to know, right? So you're entitled to having your privacy protected. And other factors, and I just lay out a few rules. GDPR, if you haven't heard of it, start looking into it if you want to do business with Europe, because it's a very important rule. And what does it mean? If the rules are not complied, it just means a massive fine. So that's always bad for business. And then, of course, there are contractual enforcements. If there's a major breach, what does it mean for your business? It's not just bad PR, but it does have implications. There's data risk, PR risk, financial risk. And of course, I want to say there are also gaps in the law in terms of AI specifically, because we're not there yet. The law has a long way to go to catch up. That's where we need your help. And of course, the other things I'm looking at are data rights. So your rights as a developer, your rights in terms of protections from the national systems and WIPO. Now, I have to ask a very interesting question. Of those that are developers here, do you put your stuff as open source? Okay, some of you. Do you sell your product? Okay, both. Wonderful, because I just need to check. Because here, I hear a lot, there's about contribution, and WordPress wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't because of everyone's contribution. True, but you're also a business. So you need to survive, and you need to sell. So that's the other thing you need to be mindful of, where you find that balance. Now, another thing we need to tackle is bias. Now, the speaker yesterday, I was so impressed by his talk, and I said, what can we do about discrimination and issues? He says, we need to talk about it. So here we go. I'm also talking about it today. So we need to consider the issues of algorithm bias. Now, I'm raising this to you because there's little much I can do as a lawyer, but you guys can do a hell of a lot as developers. The issues of gender, are we ensuring that there is enough representation? Now, if I look around the room, it looks pretty balanced. But in terms of what goes out there in the public, that's something we need an eye on. Color, race, is that considered? I talk about different laws. Now, the EU is very progressive when it comes to AI laws. In fact, they recently published a guideline. In the UK, they did as well, primarily from the court setting. And my take is at this, okay? Laws are there for a reason, to ensure the safety of people and there's no harm. But law is not there to hinder creativity and development. So in that sense, I'm with you guys. I want the law to be like the traffic system. I want the cars to run, but I need it to run safely so there's no collisions. Okay? Now, interesting fact which you guys might know. I have to ask myself, what is the role of a future lawyer? So this talk is going to be interesting, not just for you guys, but other lawyers out there. Because recently, as you might have heard, the AI systems have been taking New York bar exams and American bar exams and passing with flying colors. What did it take for me to get my degree? Well, 7 years of hard slog, lots of hours, work experience, writing, drafting, sleeping, probably no different from you guys, except you guys are in the computer science and engineering. So there's a big question mark. How would that impact on our lives and, of course, future careers, the next generation? And it's a valid question, because this idea of, well, will AI take our jobs away? Well, if we're not smart enough, we might do such a good job that we will get replaced. Does that kind of make sense? But my take is, as an optimist, is No, we need to optimize technology so that it will help us in our lives. And so hence the need for dialogue and for communication on what we really want. Now, I'm talking about legal, but we can't really talk about legal. We don't also talk about ethics and morality and, of course, international law. So to give you an idea of how this all legal jargon works, law is a bit like a cake. You have national laws, so here we're in Taiwan, we have Taiwan, and then you have maybe regional laws, and then you have international laws. So it's sort of like a layered cake. Interestingly, what's the strongest of all? I would say locally, but if you operate internationally, you kind of want to follow guidelines. And I'm sure you understand what I mean when you talk about international standards, certain standards that you need to meet. So that's why this conversation is so powerful, because whatever you think you're doing in your own small way, your own website, your own business, but hey, the internet is an international marketplace. So that puts it into perspective. Whatever you're doing is really, really powerful. And if we come together and we start looking at these issues, well, what we want is we want AI to promote benefits for humanity. What we want is we want to mitigate any potential harms. We want to improve justice systems, safety. Also, to ensure that there are no biases, or at least fairness can be maintained, and then a level of autonomy, security, and control. And now, when we look at international law, so I can share with you, for us lawyers, we've been trying so hard to get to grips of how we can use AI to help the legal system. Help us to help you, right? To make fairer judgments, fairer decisions. So what you will find across the globe, I've spent a number of years in the Middle East, so I'm part of a Courts of the Future working group in the DIFC courts in Dubai, is we've thought about, how do we come up with ideas and competitions. How would it look like if in the future we had a future AI judge? Would it be more time effective, cost effective? Can we solve problems more quickly? Because at the end of the day, some of you might know, in some justice systems, the way justice is played out is it just takes a very, very long time, unfortunately. Sometimes it takes up to 10 years, rightly or wrongly. So there needs to be a way to solve this backlog. And I think really the question is a balance between AI, innovation, and the law. And it may be right or wrong to say this, but it's like the left brain and the right brain. We do think very differently, but somehow we need to find a middle way. So that's partly end, and now I'm going to go freestyle, if you don't mind, without this. So I just want to get a short feedback from you guys of everything that I've said so far. Does that make sense to you so far? The importance of you guys and us talking to each other. Yeah? So I just said this talk is about action. And it's about proactivity. So what can you do? Okay, because I love the fact that it's the style of speakers here that we talk, we share ideas, and we exchange knowledge, and then we hope everyone has a similar understanding. So I would say, I think WordPress is already a very powerful platform for people to talk and engage. And actually, for me, I almost feel it's the talk to the converted. I also need to talk to my peers on how they can get interested with you guys. Why am I saying this? The legal process is not a straightforward one. I am fortunate to say I've been qualified in a number of jurisdictions, so I can speak, relatively speaking, as an international lawyer. I was qualified in England and Wales first. I'm a foreign registered lawyer in Australia, and I also work in the Middle East, in UAE. There are different ways of doing things, but there are some countries that are faster than others. This is where I want to think about it strategically since we're in Taipei. Okay? So when entrepreneurs come to me, when I wear my New Space 2060 hat, and they get stuck, and they don't know what they're doing, and I'm thinking specifically a startup where they have 1,000 water drones and they want to get it out in the water. And they come to me and they say, Helen, I don't think we really need to worry about the law. We just, file this out. And of course, I'm the one that's sitting back and going, gosh, yeah, we have a problem. Why do we have a problem? Because it's okay when you do it and nothing happens, but it's not okay when there's a collision. Something happens, right? So we take a precautionary approach. That's us as a lawyer, as an advisor, and taking a step back. But then we also need to understand where you're coming from, right? And I can tell you right now, just over the last 3 days, the speed with which you guys work, I don't know if anyone's told you this, is fast. I can tell you that because I've attended a lot of conferences, I've spoken a lot of places. I can sense the tempo, and you guys get it very quickly. It's a compliment, okay? That's the upside. But in the legal profession, if you come to a law conference, the difference is we will be juggling, debating, having problems. We are nowhere near the solution. We're nowhere near the solution. And that is where there is a gap. There is a knowledge gap. And this is where you guys come in. So as much as, people have this stereotype of what a lawyer can do for us, very little, we've got a contract, we just need them to review and sign, I think you guys would do so much to actually help us to understand how can we be a force for good. Now that's a thought, right? Not just AI for good, but actually as developers, as content developers. And for me, I think what's really interesting is because I call myself a legal futurist, I do think a little bit ahead of the curve. A little bit, just a little bit. So, for example, about 7, 8 years ago, when I was working in the UK Maritime Coast Guard as a legal policy advisor, I already brought up the issue of drones. But the response I had was, Helen, we're nowhere near there. We're nowhere near there. What's happening right now? Every country that has a sea border is testing out their water drones. Yeah? So what I did was I went, collaborated with a bunch of 15 other lawyers. We sat down, we got other parties engaged, and we say, hey, let's have a working group. Let's talk about this issue of autonomous ships. And I'm giving you this example to give you ideas, right? Autonomous ships, let's engage in the parties. We talked about learning and development. We talked about, well, how would it look like if it was a vessel without a captain in the water, on shore? How would we be able to make sure that, we can still handle risks? Oh, by the way, we don't have insurance. Do you know how much a vessel costs? Millions. So what happens if something happens out there? It's a lot of money. So then we got, right, okay, we need to talk to Lloyd's Insurance. So back in 2000, it was July, I remember very clearly, 2015, Lloyd's launched their first insurance covering autonomous vessels. It's a milestone. It's a slow milestone, but it's a milestone. And so from there, things have just moved on, and Asia has just picked up pace. And I would say, quite humbly, they've really on par or succeeded what the Europeans are doing right now in terms of autonomous vessels. What I'm trying to say is things can be achieved like this. We can actually sit around a table, talk about what you want, talk about what problems and issues you're facing, and actually see the lawyer a bit like, not just like a lawyer, but like we call it trusted advisor, but a friend that can actually sit down and say, hey, how can we actually come together and think, how can we solve this together? You see, this missing part, i.e. you guys, of the equation, is something for me, a simple question of communication. Do you guys get me? Yeah? Because if it's a whole bunch of very intelligent, Harvard-qualified, Oxford-qualified lawyers sitting in a room, they're not going to solve the problem. They're not going to solve the problem. They need you guys sitting on the table with them to talk about, hey, this is what we're really doing. You can be a bit lighter on us. Okay. So I'm really, really excited about what's going to happen next. And I really feel, like all good things, there's never a good time, but this is the perfect time. This is really, truly the perfect time. And it really starts with you guys. Because I think we also had a previous speaker, we have so much to contribute, our knowledge, our talent, and we don't need to relearn the skills. You guys have been doing whatever you're doing for the last 10, 15 years plus, right? So it's not about teaching Nan to suck eggs. It's actually you coming with us and let's work together on how we can build the safeguards and also the laws and regulations that we want. So I invite you all to follow me. I've got Instagram, LinkedIn, but I'm going to be talking about this for a very long time coming. So, I'd love to be able to work with you guys and also engage with you guys in your creativity and your success. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, before we finish, I'd love to take a selfie photo. That's okay. You go. We'll take a selfie photo and then we'll finish Q&A. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this
No, thank you.
session. And if anyone have any question, please feel free to ask. Is there any question?
Yes, there's a question at the back.
Hello, Helen. Thank you so much for your talk. Very interesting. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you see the relationship between ethics and the law and like what the separation there is, because I'm sure you're familiar with Temnit Gebru and like her AI Ethics Institute and the work that they're doing. There's a lot of like interpretation of the law and the limitations of it, I think, there. But then, you know, that's quite different from like liability, which I think's, well, it's an interesting different motivation for interpreting the law. So I'm wondering if you can talk about how you see the, the relationship between ethics and the law and the two considerations there.
So I can say it's a delicate one, and even as a back then youngster going as a law student, I struggled because ethics, and if you line ethics with morality, right? Not the law. The law is like what is right and what's wrong, but morality is more an internal compass. Hence, that's why I also mentioned the issue of values, and we need to talk about values, like what we care about in society. I give you a very simple example. In my torts class, first year law student, we had a question, which was, you see a drowning girl. Do you have a moral obligation to save them? Who thinks they have a moral obligation to save a drowning girl? Okay, curious. Okay, most hands, good. How about a legal obligation? Do you have a legal obligation? Oh, okay. So you know what the actual answer I got was? So maybe as a moral obligation, you might have to save that girl. But a legal obligation is only when if you establish a duty of care. Okay, that's quite technical. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, you're on a flight. You've seen these in the movies. You're on a flight. Someone's having a heart attack, and they call out, is there a doctor here? Yeah? Now that's the call to establish a duty of care. If the doctor puts their hand up and say, yep, I'm the doctor, and they come and save that individual dies, the family may or may not sue them. That's the legal connection. But if the doctor stays silent or they slept, they didn't hear the call to call for a doctor, then there's no obligation, even though they're a doctor on the flight with someone having a heart attack. So the question that you're asking, which is a very good one, is say you're a developer. You're designing something. Do you design with the intention of use? Yes. Now, this is where I'm very careful in what I'm also saying. You're designing with a careful use for this purpose. But for this purpose, you're not factoring if it goes malfunction. You know, like I was talking about the robot that went rogue. You had no intention, okay? Or it was you decide for this function, but something else happened. Or the user didn't read the manual. Yeah, you have that happening as well, right? Some people use some equipment, things go on fire, and then they try to figure out. So these are the kind of questions, I suppose you could say, scenario role-playing, that is also important to discuss, right? It's a bit like the ugly elephant in the room. We don't really want to talk about it. We just want to do our stuff. We want to do our creative thing, which is great, wonderful. Totally get it. But then I think what we're seeing, and if I may also mention it, have you guys been reading stuff about people being silently bullied or, people committing suicide and all this kind of stuff because of the internet? You're like, what is going on? Now, then you might take a step back, well, who's responsible for that? Well, if it's not the individual, i.e. the perpetrators, then it's a society issue, because clearly that's not a consequence that we want from the technology that we're developing. Correct? Or let's take it one step further, which is a bit probably more true, is you've got so much cyber attacks or frauds, right? That's also a concern. So the responsibility there is how do you ensure you get your stuff out there, but how do we ensure the end users are also safe, right? Bank transactions, all this kind of stuff. It's way beyond me. Then we need the cyber experts in. But you get what I'm trying to say. So the idea is that it's multifaceted. It's definitely not a one dimension. And also, it's knowledge building. You know, it's quite interesting. So obviously, as a lawyer, I also have some background in understanding rules and regulations on cyber issues. And I remember I worked with this huge organization, their whole business in trading, and I wanted to promote a training on cyber issues. And you know, management was not interested. They're like, why are we spending time? It's simple. You see an email, looks dodgy, don't open it. And guess what happens? They open it. And then what happens? It's a total meltdown. Client accounts, data being lost, you know. I've gone through it twice in my whole career, live, right? And you can just imagine, you're taking a step back and go, you know what? It would have been good if we sort of had a plan B. It would have been good if we sort of had a conversation about this, you know? And I think this is where we're at. We're at this stage where we can talk about it, right? As we're developing, as we're, you know, as ugly and as, you know, but sometimes I think if we look at it this way, right? If I had to reframe my talk, what would it be? I would call it life and death. Why? Because we are all going through a transformative phase. Either you're transforming or we're transforming. And to give you an insight, I believe my legal profession needs to transform, otherwise we will no longer exist. I know as damning as that sounds, but if we don't get smart about how we use technology, how we adopt, how we change it, that's where the worry is. But as an optimist, as I say, there's always a silver lining. We just need to be one step ahead of the curve and try and figure it all out together. Thank you.
Anyone else want to ask a question? Yes.
Yeah. There's a few.
Okay, I'm not sure if you heard about the dollar Chevy Tahoe in the U.S.,
Okay.
where they tricked the chatbot to sell the Chevy Tahoe for $1.
Okay.
I kind of want to know your thoughts about the AI chatbots. Are the companies going to be held responsible in the future? And is it a bad thing for me as a developer to try to break into someone's system via their chatbot?
Thank you. I think if I was in that situation, I saw business opportunity, I'd probably knock on the door and say, hey, I can solve your problem for X amount. That's probably a better move than trying to hack into someone's account. So to a certain extent, I would have to say, yeah. Because, you know, this idea, if you are the seller, you know, you could be selling a bottle of water. You could be selling, for all I know, whatever, chips. What you're trying, it's called misrepresentation, right? So if you're going to sell land or property, it doesn't matter what you're trying to do. What you say and what product you end up with should kind of be the same, right? Like, this would be no different. And the fascinating thing is, rather than saying, okay, we have to scrape all the law, no, we can keep the laws. I was having a conversation with one of the guys in the room, and he said, well, how's the law been functioning? So in America, when we first had computers, they used the highway code. Figure that one out. How do you connect computer and the highway code? Well, there's a highway system. It's very original. But it's got to the point where we can try and borrow laws where we can and stretch it as far as we could. But to be honest with you, there are concepts like what you've just mentioned. Well, have we even defined a chatbot like in legal terms? I don't think we have. And we haven't even, you know, conceptualized, well, what does it actually do? We haven't got a universal, you know, international standard term of what that actually means. So I think there's opportunities for discussions on that. Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? It gets interesting because if you, and let's say for a moment, the law at this point as we're talking says, no, we're not going to give them basically separate legal identities. But what if 5-10 years later, we say, hey, you know, they're so popular, they're attracting fans, they're literally a legal identity in itself. In other words, that chatbot, let's call it Alpha for argument's sake, is the most popular, you know, influencer online. And actually, they can generate without anyone else mentioning them, right? Revenue, you know, watch time, whatever it is. And if they can actually act independently, then that's a huge question. There are so many issues, but then you've got the other question is, well, then how can you control and contain? But you've still got that element of question of, well, what if it goes rogue? Where can we step in? How can we step in? You know? No.
I think I misunderstood. So it was a GM official chatbot for the GM customer service.
Okay.
Promised the customer a Tahoe for $1. So is GM responsible because that is representing the company? Does that make sense?
Yes, I would think so.
A lot of us are putting chatbots to support our customers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how much legal responsibility do we have if our chatbot goes rogue and promises something?
Yeah. Absolutely. And there's another trend I can share with you guys in the legal world, and it's called class action. I'm sure Americans are very familiar with that term. So after this, I'm going to London, and I'm talking about ESG class action. And what that means is it's people coming together. So there's one class action that already started in Australia, and it's against Google and Apple. And their argument is that they're overcharging customers for the services that they're paying. So you might be a third-party service provider. You somehow need to connect with Google through their payment system, and they get a cut, 60, 80%, whatever, and this third party only gets 20%. And they're saying it's not good for consumers because in essence you're charging high cost. But we should lower the cost and customers should get a refund because it's not fair otherwise. So we'll see what happens. So inevitably we're going to see stuff like that as well. Now, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Well, interestingly, ESG is a slightly different topic because what are we fighting for? We're fighting for the environment. So of course it's a good thing, right? If you're getting companies to pay out, against air pollution, water pollution, whatever pollution, right? But on the face of it, based on what you're saying, then sure, but they should rectify it as soon as possible. I mean, I'll give you a really good example. It's called damage control. And that's something we have to learn as well, right? Back then, this is quite a few years ago, Tesco, it's a supermarket chain in the UK. They accidentally sold horse meat and they packaged it as beef mince. Okay? When they found that ASAP, they did one of the most incredulous things, which 10 years ago they wouldn't have done, which was they made a huge announcement and apologizing that this is the mistake that they've done, they will provide refunds, etc., etc. Because the opposite would have been to let it slide, pretend it never happened, and deny it. But that would have backfired, right? And this is where we need the PR team, right? This is beyond legal, but you would need the PR team to sort of, quell everyone's concern and anger and frustration, right? So yes, these are the kind of things like what you've just mentioned is something that, management and developers need to talk together, right? Because there's no good if, for example, you as a developer are having this problem, management just saying, oh, you deal with it. Because the damage is so great that, it's really not just a one person's problem. Yeah. I think there were a few other questions there. Yeah.
Sorry, we do not have much time, so please feel free to meet her after the room.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, thank you for your
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
Do you have a token of appreciation?
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome again. How are you? So, when you start learning WordPress design development, please raise your hand if you start learning past 12 months. So, they are pretty much experienced people here. Between 2 to 5 years? No one? Between 6 to 10 years? Oh, pretty much. And from the start, from 2003, how many are there? So we are having like 10 to 15 years experience people here. So that's great thing. And what type of learner you are? Audio, visual learner? You are visual learner? And auditory learner? If you prefer to learn by audio? If you prefer to read or write or depend on documentation? Yes, of course. And hands-on learner, try things and all. Yeah, that's good. So, have you ever tried to access content from Learn WordPress? Learn WordPress is like providing materials in form of lesson plans, video tutorial and courses that help everyone, like from beginners to professional, advanced learners. That is for everyone. So our next talk is about learning WordPress, and our next speaker is Wes Theron. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, whose passion for education and open source advocacy is truly inspiring. I can say, because I worked with him from past 2 years, and I can say he is very, very passionate about creating content for Learn WordPress. He is from South Africa and right now living in New Zealand from past 5 years. He has twin dad, and he was an exchange student in America during his high school. Today our speaker is here to shed light on an exciting initiative titled Learning Pathways on learnwordpress.org. As a strong supporter of an open source movement and an instructional designer, they have been instrumental in shaping the future of Learn WordPress. So Learn WordPress is right now working on pathway, and they are creating a content in a format that will be useful for everyone. So please give a big round of applause to our next speaker, Wes Theron.
Thank you. All right, good morning. It is still good morning. It's before 12. So, yeah, as you have heard and seen, my topic for today is learning pathways on learnwordpress.org. So yeah, my name is Wes Theron, and as you have heard, I'm originally from Cape Town, South Africa, and I've been living in New Zealand or in the APAC region for the past 5 years. And I have a background in teaching and content development. So after teaching high school for most of my career and doing some textbook writing, I transitioned to instructional design. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with the term instructional design, an instructional designer creates educational materials and experiences like online courses, training content, etc. And I'm currently working at Automatic, contributing full-time to the Make WordPress training team, and my main work revolves around creating video tutorials, courses, online workshops, and collaborating with other contributors and content creators. So just a bit more about myself. I'm a father of 3 boys. I am a twin dad, which I'm very proud of. And I've been married to my wife for almost 14 years. I would say I am happiest in nature. I love being in the outdoors, hiking, etc. I also love traveling, and it's so cool to be here in Taiwan. It's my first time in the East. And I enjoy playing pickleball. And I think a lot of people have never heard of pickleball, but it's my favorite new sport. And interesting fact, it's one of the fastest growing sports in the US. I've heard that they are actually turning some tennis courts into pickleball courts in the States. And then I would describe myself as a lifelong learner. I want to keep developing. I want to keep growing as a person, as a father, and in my career. So yeah, let's move on to my topic, which is learning pathways. And here's what I will be talking about today. The Learn WordPress platform, takeaways from the individual learner survey, learning pathways and skill levels, YouTube playlists, and redesigning learn.wordpress.org. But firstly, I would like us to reflect on the process involved in learning something new. I want you to think back to the day you started using WordPress for the first time. How old were you? Where were you? Which resources did you use to learn? And how long did it take for you to feel competent? Now, that question can probably be applied to so many aspects of your life. Learning to drive, learning to do algebra, learning a new language, learning to play an instrument, etc. I always think back to when I started learning to drive in South Africa. We mostly drive with a stick shift, and figuring out clutch control was a process. But what I'm trying to say is we all need to start somewhere on a learning journey. And I don't know if you've thought about this, but thousands of people will be new to WordPress in the upcoming months and years. And that is where the training team steps in. Now, as you know, Make WordPress is a collaborative project where global contributors work on developing and improving WordPress, covering aspects like core software, themes, plugins, documentation, and of course training. And all the resources and materials created by the training team can be found on learnwordpress.org. So Learn WordPress is an educational website and initiative that was launched on the 15th of December 2020 with a mission to be the definite space for WordPressers worldwide, to learn and to teach about WordPress. And the timing of the launch was crucial, as it coincided with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced us to find alternative ways to learn and connect when in-person meetups and WordCamps came to a standstill. So I would kind of describe Learn WordPress as like a one-stop shop to learn about WordPress. Now, at this stage, Learn WordPress hosts 4 main content types: tutorials, lesson plans, courses, and online workshops. And I thought I'll just quickly touch on these briefly. So first up, tutorials. Tutorials are short, standalone videos that provide step-by-step guidance on specific WordPress features or topics. Lesson plans, on the other hand, are teaching guides for educators, allowing them to present WordPress-related topics effectively. And then courses, I think that's something we're all very familiar with. They are self-guided lessons that enable learners to delve deeper into WordPress topics. And then lastly, online workshops are live learning sessions, kind of similar to webinars and can be joined from anywhere in the world. And these sessions are recorded for folks who can't make the live event, and they're also available on WordPress.tv and YouTube. So that's kind of allowed me to also connect with a lot of people around the world. They are more informal sessions where people can ask questions, where we try and do demos, and we also try to teach people practically. Now, the training team is very proud of the helpful content published on the Learn site, but recognizes the need for improvement to help prospective students or contributors. And we recognize this need for improvement through the feedback from an individual learner survey we conducted in 2023, which kind of led to the birth of the Learning Pathways project. Now, before I delve deeper into the Learning Pathway project, let me share with you some of the key takeaways from the individual learner survey. So tutorials, courses, and online workshops are our most used content types. Secondly, web-based learning is the most popular learning method. Number 3, respondents noted that the current content available on on Learn covers a wide range of topics and can be overwhelming or confusing at times. And then lastly, suggestions for improvement included a structured way to consume learning content. And of course, you can read more about the analysis and the results about the individual learner survey on the training team blog. Now, as mentioned, the needs analysis led to the Learning Pathways project. And the goal of the project is to create learning pathways for a diverse audience. So from someone new to WordPress and eager to create their first website, to, for example, a developer who wants to move from intermediate to advanced. Now let's define what is a learning pathway. I kind of spoke about instructional design in the beginning as well, but a learning pathway is maybe also something you're not familiar with. So a learning pathway is a route taken by a learner through a range of activities which allows them to build knowledge progressively. Or to put it differently, a learning path is a selection of modules or lessons linked in a structured way for students to progress and master a particular topic. Now, I thought it would be helpful to view the current content on learnwordpress.org to kind of see what it's like for a new learner who visits the site for the first time. Now, you have maybe never been on the site, so let's kind of see what it's like for somebody who lands on the landing page and who needs to find their way. Okay, so if you visit on the landing page, you will see tutorials on the left and lesson plans on the right. And then you will find available courses. And below that, you will see a list of the latest tutorials that have been published. And then right at the bottom, you can see upcoming or recorded online workshops. So that's the landing page. Now let's say, for example, I am new to WordPress. I'm on the landing page, and my initial response would probably be to click on tutorials. And when you land on the tutorials page, we will notice the most recent or latest tutorials appear first, and then there's some filtering options. Now, let's select the Getting Started filter. Now, you would expect a specific point of departure, right? But once again, you will see the latest posts from that category. And a newbie might be asking, which video do I watch first? Seeing a variety of video tutorials in no specific order might be intimidating or confusing for someone who is unsure what they are looking for and where they need to start. And then the last one, when we make our way to courses, we will find lots of helpful content structured in a practical way. Now, if you click on Introduction to WordPress, we actually have 3 courses within that category. So I think you'll agree with me, courses allow for a structured way of consuming content. And this is kind of the direction we want to take with learning pathways. As you can see, our GitHub project board is full, and we have kicked off our venture, and there's lots of good work in progress. So let me give you some context. So the Learning Pathway project was kicked off on the 7th of July of last year, 2023. And as mentioned, the project aims to enhance the Learn WordPress experience and also cater for different roles and skill levels. Now, our first goal is to create learning content for each pathway and skill level. And content creators are in the process of creating new content. And we've actually started doing this in Q4 of last year. So the first thing we did was created a thorough outline for these learning pathways, and then we asked for feedback from the community, and once we got all the feedback, we started creating the content. And the aim is, of course, to also reuse and update a lot of the existing content we already have on the Learn website. So each pathway will have a beginner, intermediate, and advanced section. And the training team will first focus on completing learning pathways for the user and for developers. So once these pathways have launched, the training team will start exploring more pathways, such as a designer or a contributor pathway. I'm also really keen to look at like a Build With Me series in the future. So something else we want to do is we want to simplify things by having one content type. You know, at the start, we kind of looked at all the content types we have at the moment. So instead of having content types like tutorials and lesson plans, we will only have one content type, namely lessons. And this will include lessons that currently form part of courses. So you might be asking, what will a lesson look like within a learning pathway? So each lesson will have a video with subtitles and a transcript. And after completing a lesson, a student will also be able to complete a short quiz or a practical activity to kind of cement their learning. And as you can see, we are aiming to make our content as accessible as possible and to also cater to different learning styles. Now, if a lesson has instructor notes, the plan is to have a designated tab to view more information if you would like to teach on the topic. Now, this is something I'm very excited about. The training team also decided to host our video lessons on YouTube. Now, this is kind of how it works. The lessons are uploaded to WordPress.tv, and then it automatically gets transferred to YouTube. And once it's uploaded into YouTube, we embed the YouTube videos into our learning pathway lessons in Sensei. Now, I just thought I'll mention that as well. We will be creating our learning pathway, our lessons, as well as our courses within Sensei, or using the Sensei plugin. And Sensei is an LMS, or a learning management system. So that's what we use on the Learn website. So another step we're implementing is creating playlists for each learning pathway on YouTube and setting the videos to be watched in chronological order. Now, YouTube will allow us to reach a wider audience and also utilize the translation and the analytical features. And don't be concerned. YouTube allows WordPress as a non-profit organization to host our videos without any advertisements, ensuring an uninterrupted and seamless viewing experience for users. So that's kind of the first thing I was worried about when we started talking about WordPress, because we don't want ads. So yeah, that's a great thing about being a non-profit organization. Now, I think you will agree with me, if I just think about myself, if you want a training video, or you want a solution for a problem you have on your site, the first thing a lot of people do is they go to a search engine or they go to YouTube. And another thing I've noticed within the WordPress space is that a lot of tutorials about WordPress or learning material, it's kind of scattered and it's fragmented. People need to go to different places, and even if you, like in a search engine or within YouTube, you search a topic and then there's just a list of things to choose from. So, from my perspective, having our content on YouTube in a structured format is a significant step forward and vital to reaching a diverse audience. So one thing I've also noticed is that now that we've started uploading our content on YouTube, is that we've got those analytical features and we can see more traffic. And we were reaching people through the Learn website and WordPress.tv, and now we've got YouTube as well. And it's been wonderful to see, like, our content is reaching much further, and hopefully then also drawing people back to the Learn site. Now, another topic, and this is probably at the top of mind for us as well is language diversity. So we have translation contributors actively participating in the training team. And so far, the training team's content creators have predominantly been English-speaking contributors. And this has, of course, resulted in many of Learn's content being in English. So the great thing is the training team has a growing team of translators who translate these resources into multiple languages. I was actually in Slack yesterday, and I can then kind of see some of the new content that has been published and some new things that are being translated on a weekly basis in different languages. But I don't know if everybody realizes this, but we're always open for non-English speakers to create content in their own languages. So that's something we really want to encourage and see more of, so that someone can say, you know, I want to create content in Japanese, and then we can host them and create the content in Japanese originally, and then we can actually translate that to English or other languages from there. And of course, to address the language gap for non-English speakers, we are leveraging YouTube's translation feature. And I actually tested this out the other day. So I also speak Afrikaans, and then I looked at some of our content, and I changed the language to Afrikaans, and I was kind of impressed by how accurately things were translated. So it is a helpful tool, but of course we also want our transcripts and so forth to be translated. Now, some of you might have thought, but what about WordPress? So you may know that WordPress is used as a management system, or as a way to translate WordPress, the CMS. But we have experimented with WordPress, and the feedback from Meta has that it's not ideal for translating post content. But yeah, having content reaching different languages is a top of mind for us. So one of the main goals of the Learning Pathways project is also to redesign the Learn website. So you've seen the old website or the current website, and the plan is to redesign that website with the clear learning pathways and also improved content discoverability, new search filters, and also other organization strategies. And the mock-up of the new website has been created. It's actually being created as we speak. The site's design is currently being developed and finalized in Figma. And yeah, I'm very excited when it's going to be finally done. And as you can imagine, to get that project over the finish line of redesigning the website, there's been strong collaboration between various Make training teams, such as the training team, .org design team, the Meta team, marketing team, etc., to complete this part of the project. Now, you might be asking, when are we going to see the new learning pathways and the new website? So the plan is to actually launch in Q3 of this year. And we're very excited about helping folks learn in a more effective and structured way. And as I said, we're first going to start with the two pathways, the user pathway and the developer pathway, and then keep building from that. And I want to take this moment as well to just thank all the contributors, and kudos to all the contributors who's been involved in making this come to fruition, and to develop content, to help with the information architecture for the new website. Yeah, so many different role players. And of course, we want you. We want contributors from WordCamps everywhere in the world to contribute to Learn WordPress. So if you are keen and interested in creating content, please reach out to us. But the great thing is, you don't only have to be a content creator. You can review content, you can edit content, you can translate content, you can run online workshops, you can help with administrative work, etc. There's many areas to be to get involved in. So at Contributor Day, for example, I mentioned that 2 folks from the Japanese community have decided to run online workshops, and that's their way of contributing to the training team. So yeah, we eager to see more content creators join, but yeah, there are so many other areas to get involved with as well. So that is Learning Pathways, and that's a wrap. Thank you. Share.
Thank you so much, Wes. Learn WordPress and training is something I'm always passionate about. It is something I'm always try to learn more. So, is there any question I want to ask? Please feel. Yeah.
Hi, Wes. Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering how you deal with WordPress evolving and training material getting outdated.
So you have that's a touchy subject. So I would say that's been the hardest part of my job, is kind of keeping up to date with the UI changes and WordPress evolving so quickly. I feel it's been easier for our developer Jonathan Bosch is just creating content for developers. I think that's been easier for him, but yeah, we are just constantly updating content as well. So with new releases, we try and update content. But yeah, there's a lot of work, and there's not as many people that can do it. So yeah, it's a mountain to climb, and it's a continuous challenge. But we do try and continue to update content as much as possible to make our content relevant and the UI relevant. But yeah, it's a tough one.
So can people report that something is outdated, or how do you know that something
Yes,
might be outdated?
so if you're on a tutorial, for example, there's usually a tab at the bottom where you can give feedback. Maybe there's a technical error, maybe there's something out of date, and then yeah, people can just click on the button and they can give feedback, and we will get that sent to the training team. So yeah, same for courses, lesson plans, and tutorials. Yeah.
Anyone else want to ask a question, please?
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation, and great to learn more about the platform. And my question is, we have we have volunteer content creators. I was wondering about like how many are there? How do you guide, review, and do quality control on the content? And then like what are the popular formats that they're submitting content in?
Okay, maybe you must
Sorry,
keep
that was too
maybe
many questions.
maybe keep
Yeah.
keep your microphone so I can go back to the first.
Sure.
So maybe just ask the first part of your question again.
Sure. So how do you? How many content creators are there that volunteer? And then like how do you guide and review and do quality control for those?
Yes. So we've got 2 full-time. My colleague and I, we are contributing full-time to as content creators, and then we have. I would say 2 or 3 other content creators that are maybe just self-sponsored or partly sponsored. So yeah, there's not as many content creators. Of course, there's lots of other people or contributors translating or reviewing content, and that kind of links to the next part. So when we create a video, for example, I will upload it to a GitHub issue, and then I'll share it in the training team. And then we usually wait for 3 reviews from people within the training team to review the content. And once it's been reviewed for quality control, then we only go ahead and publish. Yeah.
And that's all managed through GitHub and.
Yeah. So we mainly use GitHub for all of that. So our project board, our issues. Like content, yeah, of course Slack as well. But yeah, we communicate a lot in Slack, but all of the the administrative work happens within GitHub. And your other part of your question?
Sorry, yeah. And then what are the popular contents, like content formats? So like, is it videos on YouTube mostly?
Yeah,
for those folks?
so as you heard now, we've shifted in the past few months. So in the past, until like a few months ago, we only had our content on WordPress.tv, or we upload to WordPress.tv, and then we added the link to a lesson. So people would have only been able to access our content through WordPress.tv, or if they go to the Learn website, and then they can click on a tutorial and they can watch the tutorial. But you're saying what's the most popular? Yeah, I would say, looking at the latest stats as well, it is mostly videos, video content. But as I said, we have the transcript as well for folks who just wants to read and not watch the video. But yeah, the traffic has gone up so much since we've uploaded everything to YouTube as well. So we're actually getting people that's watching our content without actually having to go to the Learn website, but it's a portal in. Yeah. And with the playlists that we want to create for a learning pathway, that's a great way for people to, like I say, learn in a structured way. So the next video links to the previous video, etc. Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, if you're a content creator, please reach out. Anybody else?
What kind of length of videos do you have? Do you have shorter videos or longer, or what's preferred?
Yeah, so to be honest, it varies. Some videos are 3 minutes, some videos are 5 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes, 12 minutes. But I would say it averages around 5 to 6, 7 minutes. So of course the aim is probably always to go shorter, but depending on the topic. But yeah, I would say 5 minutes is usually a goal.
Hi, Wes. So WordPress.tv, it has talks from the WordCamps.
Yes.
Is that right? So is the plan to maintain it on WordPress.tv, or will those also be, kind of published on YouTube, or any kind of work being done so that we can, do some advanced filtering and searching on WordPress.tv?
Yeah, so since the beginning, all our content goes to WordPress.tv. So that's where we upload our content. So if you go on WordPress.tv now, you will find all of our content. So yeah, it's, we can see WordCamp content and stuff on WordPress.tv, but also all our content. But it's set up now in a way that as soon as I upload a video to WordPress.tv, it just automatically goes to YouTube, and then I publish from there. Yeah, so was the second part of your question, are we going to try and help folks to search in WordPress.tv?
Yeah, so I haven't, honestly, I haven't been on WordPress.tv in a long time, but, I found some issues in, filtering or searching my own, WordCamp video in the past.
Yeah.
So let's say if I want some of my team members to go on WordPress.tv and filter by topics, let's say REST API.
Yeah.
Is that possible right now?
Yes, that is possible right now. Yeah. Cool. But yeah, I also wanted to say, Pooja was a team rep for the training team. So yeah, it's cool that she can introduce me today. But yeah, it's been wonderful working with her as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any more question here?
Yeah, so all I can say is watch the space.
Do you have any question?
I think that was a yawn.
Yeah. Sorry for that.
You almost got yourself in trouble there.
So thank you for the
thank you.
informative session, and we have learned a lot from you as well. And we have a token of appreciation for you.
Thank you,
Please
Pooja.
allow me to give.
Oh. I can give you a hug. Thanks, everyone.
Now it's a lunch break time. So if you are feeling hungry, must be feeling hungry, go to floor third and take your meal. Enjoy. We will be resuming after lunch here. Thank you.
Hello and ni hao. That's the only word I know in Chinese, but that should be good. Okay, let's see. This is fine. And if I speak at this volume, that's also okay. Good enough, I think. This is fine. No crack. No. No. Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this post-lunch session of Contributor to Conference Day 2 of WordCamp Asia 2024. I hope you are enjoying the event so far. So before I call our next speaker, let's do a quick check-in. How many of you have got a chance to be on this stage? Like speaking at WordCamp, meetups, on anything like that? Please raise your hands. So that's quite a good number. And so how many of you haven't got a chance or haven't ever applied? Might be due to some fear or anything like that? Or you're still thinking that I should speak someday? Yeah. So be ready for this session. You can recognize from the topic also already. So in this session, you will learn how to deal with the fear of public speaking and come to this side of this hall, because everybody wants to come to this side. So you will learn this. You will figure out the common mistakes that many of us do when we get a chance to do the public speaking. You will also learn that what to do and what not to do when you get the chance to be on this stage. So I think that's enough about the talk. I don't want to reveal most of the things. So let's talk about our speaker. Usually he doesn't like to be introduced on the stage because he believes that you all are here not to know about him, but to know about the message and the topic that he is going to deliver. But still, it's my duty to introduce him. So he started his blogging journey in 2009 and then jumped into the WordPress plugin business in 2011. He is a founder of plugin and SaaS business. He sees WordCamp as an opportunity to meet and exchange ideas with the people. And with over 30 years of experience in the public speaking, he is an unusual combination of geek, entrepreneur, storyteller, and mentor. He is also one of my mentors for public speaking. So let's please welcome Mr. Nirav Mehta on the stage to start the public speaking masterclass. Please welcome with the claps.
All right. Welcome. I know it's a siesta session. For anybody who doesn't know siesta session, that means it's post-lunch, and usually people prefer to sleep, especially if it's dark. At the same time, you're here. And that tells me a couple of things about you. One is that you're curious about public speaking. You want to learn something. And second is that you're also committed to it. You may be an introvert, but you're committed to make a difference in your public speaking. So I promise you that you will learn a lot of things about effective public speaking today. Like Anand mentioned, we will cover the classic mistakes, the golden rule of goofing up, and I'll also tell you about how you can turn any dry topic into an engaging session. But before we do all that, I think we need to go back like 30 years. So let's just rewind and go back 30 years. Imagine that there is a big auditorium, much bigger than this. It's a Friday morning, a hot Friday morning, and I'm sitting right in that end corner somewhere. On stage is a charismatic lady, and she is teaching us public speaking. And I'm listening, like really glued in. In that session, the first lesson that I learned was about how to tackle anxiety. See, all of us have butterflies. Whenever you go or have to go speak about something, you will feel the anxiety. And how do you deal with anxiety? Simple. What you do is, you may want to try that now. At least I feel comfortable. When you take deep breaths, you will center yourself, and that will instantly calm down your nerves. And that's the most effective technique of dealing with any kind of anxiety that I've learned over the years. Now, that was my first big lesson from that lady. And the other lesson that I learned from her about public speaking was also equally effective. So let me demonstrate that. Imagine if you're in a big hall and you're talking to so many people. Public speaking is about talking to people, right? It's not really about presentation, etc. It's about talking to people. And you can't talk to people if you are not connected to people. So how do you connect to people? Well, the only way to connect to people is through eye contact. Now, okay, if you're talking to one person, maintaining eye contact is easy. You just look into their eyes. But what if you have like 50 people, 500 people, 5,000 people? Then how do you maintain eye contact? And the trick to do that is also not very difficult. And here's how you do it. You look in one direction. Okay? Soft gaze. You're not looking into any particular person's eye. You're just looking into that direction. And you deliver one sentence. And then you move, you turn, and you look into the next angle, next direction. Look in that direction in a soft gaze and deliver one sentence. Turn, deliver the next sentence. Turn, deliver the next sentence. What happens when you do a soft gaze is that everybody in that direction will feel like you're looking at them. And when you're looking at people and they feel that you're looking at them, do you think they have any other option? They don't have any option. They have to look back at you and they have to kind of pay attention to you. That's how it works. When you do that, you instantly pull people in because you're just looking at everybody, talking to everybody. Now, over the years, I turned this into a very fine principle, and I call that my 1.1.1.1 principle. I'll tell you about that, and if I forget, remind me to talk about this. Okay? But for now, we have to continue in our flashback. Okay? So let's go back again 30 years. Now, I have used this technique about public speaking in a lot of elocution competitions, but now I have a bigger challenge. What's the challenge? So this time, it's the nation's Independence Day. And it's not an elocution, but this time it's a singing competition. Now, I like music, but I'm not a singer. But I still gather up courage, and I go up stage, and I'm like, okay, let's try something this time. Let's try something new. So I go up on stage. And this is 32 years ago, okay? Exactly. And जहाँ डाल डाल पे. As you can guess, it's a disaster. It's the worst public humiliation I ever got. And somehow, I managed to complete the song. I don't want to complete the song here. You really want me to do it? No. So somehow I managed to complete the song. And what I expected was that the audience will burst into laughter, just like you did. But that didn't happen. The audience actually burst into an applause. And at that time, I learned the next biggest lesson in public speaking. Your audience wants you to succeed. See, they've taken that time out from their life and they're here. And they're here for you. They are here for themselves also, but then they want to listen to you and they want to cheer you up. So if you make any mistakes, they are not going to throw rotten tomatoes to you. Did you guys bring any rotten tomatoes? See? So, the whole thing is that we are so afraid of going on stage. But remember that the audience is always on your side. They're not against you. They are with you. They are with you in this conversation that you're having with them. Make sense? Yeah? So let's jump back into the future now. And let's hope this works. Yes. So now let's get started. And let me tell you what we're going to do today. Okay. So my name is Neerav Mehta, and I'm a successful entrepreneur, WordPress community member. We are official WooCommerce third-party developers. I have a portfolio of 30 products, more than 600,000 users. I have 30 years of experience in speaking in public, and I'm not fond of cats, but cat pictures are cute. And that is going to be our agenda for today. Easy? Yeah? Shall we do that? Please don't do this. Please do not ever do this. Classic mistakes. It's full of classic mistakes. What are the mistakes? First, people are here not for you. They are here for themselves. They want to learn. They don't care about who you are, what your organization is, what are your credentials. If you've got it, demonstrate it. You don't need to shout about it. Many people come on stage to gain some value. This is not a stage to gain value for yourself. This is a place where you give. Okay, so don't come on stage to gain value for yourself, gain some, whatever, reputation or whatnot. If you're going to talk about something that people can search online, let them search online. Don't talk about it. If you're going to fill up your slides with so much information, people will just read the slides. Why should they listen to you? Yeah. So there are lots of classic mistakes here. We will see if we get, I'll talk about some more, but then you definitely do not want to do something like this. Can you promise me to not do something like this? Yeah? Thank you. So now let's, get into something. Before we can even start talking about, how to speak and what to do and what not to do, we need to address this fundamental question first. Why did you not apply to speak? Maybe some of you did, but most of you did not. And you would have lots of reasons. Those would be valid too, but you will have reasons like, I don't know enough. There are so many people who are smarter than me in the audience. How do I speak to them? If I go up and speak, and if I make a fool of myself, then people will laugh at me. Or, people will stare at me. I don't like that. I don't like that attention. We all have lots of these reasons for not even trying. And I want to point out one thing to you. Most of the reasons that you have for not applying, okay, and hear this, are simply your concerns with your own self-image. You're worried about your self-image, and that is the reason why you did not apply. That's a silly reason, no? I mean, yeah, it feels important, but it's really not that important. Because why? The audience is on your side. So, once that is out, let's deal with this. The elephant in the room, the fear. the fear of public humiliation, the fear of failure, the fear of looking like a fool. All that fear is unreal. It feels real, but it's all in your head. All the fear that you have, most of the fear at least, most of the fear that we have, whether in public speaking or in life, is all some narrative, some story that we have in our head that we keep telling ourselves again and again and again. And then we start believing that story. And then we limit ourselves, we limit our progress. Public speaking is just one of them. But most of the fear is unreal. Now, once you've dealt with your fear and you gather the courage, because courage is something that lets you go beyond the fear. That's all. You will continue having fears. I still do. So if I'm coming up here, I will have a lot of anxiety. What do? Stay there or walk up? Walk up. That is courage. You will have fears, but when you keep your fears with you and you take the next action, that is courage. So be courageous. That's what it is about. All right, so I'm assuming that you're now considering talking at a WordCamp or some other place, and that's the next question that I want to ask. What's the purpose? Why do you want to even talk? And it's important because we need to stay focused on the purpose of the talk. I already told you that the purpose of the talk is to give and not to gain. But I like to kind of put it in these three segments. You have some idea that you want to inform or educate people about. That's your first goal. But you don't want to do that in a boring, dry way, right? Because people have seen and heard so many dry, boring sessions, they don't want another one. So you want to do that in a more engaging way. And after all this engagement and information is done, the real purpose is that you want them to act on something. Because, what's the point of talking, blabbering if there is no action? So this is what you really want to focus on whenever you're considering talking about something. Stay in the intersection of all these three circles. You want to inform, you want to educate, you want to entertain, and you want them to take action. Now, all that is clear. And you're starting thinking, okay, now I want to apply and I want to do all these three things, but what is it that I talk about? Tough one. Okay, so let's try to kind of see that from different perspectives. Think about and ask yourself these questions. What is it that people come to me for advice? What are some projects that I'm really proud of? What is some idea, some insight that I have that needs to be shared with the world? Or this is the audience and what will make a difference to that audience? That is what you want to talk about. And what I do, I maintain a list of all the topics that I can talk about. And then I write a summary of it. And the summary is more like an ad. It's like a pitch. And then I will talk about these summaries to some friends, and then I'll, pass through them. They'll say, okay, this makes sense, and I'll keep them. Over a period of time, I will have a few such, list of topics that I can pull from any time. And that's what I do. You can also try to do that. Once you do that, then you really want to focus on this thing, because your topic is likely going to be a tech topic. And tech topics are usually dry. I mean, if I was to talk about something like Gutenberg, it would get dry. I love it, but still. So how do you turn any dry technical topic into an interesting, engaging conversation? Well, the answer is stories. People love stories. We've all grown up with stories. And what you do is you take your experiences and turn them into stories. Remember I told you about my public speaking session, like the training that I had and my, singing competition? What was that? So take your experiences, the experiences, the authentic experiences of failure, frustration, disasters that happen to you or people close to you are the best stories. Because they will connect with your audience. When you share your authentic stories, the audience will convert from plain vanilla interest to deep engagement. And that's what you want to do. Take all your experiences, turn them into stories. Now, but when you do stories, you also want to be careful. You don't want to talk about so many stories because you may have so much experience. And then we learn something from movies. Movies have ups and downs. They have some suspense. They have some characters. So observe from the movies and see how you can make your story more emotional. Because emotions will always win over arguments. I guess most of you have experienced that at home. So you want to focus more on emotions, and then the logical flow will continue. People will buy into your logic once they are connected with you emotionally. That's how you do stories. Now let's talk about slides. I think let's not talk about slides. Simple slides, just one word, no pictures, no cats either. And just use the slides as a reference for yourself. The slides are not to be read either by the audience or by you. The slides are only your cues of what to talk about. Now, you may ask, okay, that's good, but how about like some nice AI generated images in the backdrop? Yes, they look cool. Yeah, if you like them, you can keep them, but is it going to add value to the audience? If you think it will, then do it. If not, why take the hassle? I try to keep things minimal. And you know why? I already told you that if you have a lot of text on the slides, people will read the slides, right? And if you don't have anything on the slide, if I have blank slides, what will you guys do? You have no option again. See, that's the reason why you don't want to keep too many things in the slides. And if you keep too many things in the slide, there is another risk. What if you forget? Then people will catch you. You forgot talking about this thing. Another benefit of keeping less things on the slide is when the timekeeper tells you that you're just out of time. Then what you can do is quickly skip. Because there is nothing much on the slides, and you can skip the slides. People don't even know what you're going to talk about anyway. Yeah, that's what works for me. I hope it works for you also. So let's move on to the next slide, which is about code and demos. So if you have code and demos, then how do you handle it? If you have a demo, just record a video and show the video. Don't rely on an internet connection. If you have code, just show the most important code and not the entire file. Focus on the only thing that's important. Show less to people, talk more when we're talking about slides. That's the principle. Okay, that's done now. Stage presence. And I love this metaphor because when you're on stage, first of all, when you're on stage, you have 3 tools at your disposal. First is your slides. Next is your body. And the third thing that you have at your disposal is your voice. When you're on stage, you just don't want to be a monotonous mimicry artist reading some text. You can use your hands, you can use your body, but also you can use your voice. The tone, the pitch, the volume, the inflections, all of that in your voice will contribute to a much better experience for people. So use that well. It's not just the slides that you have. You have a whole lot of other things at your disposal. And if you do that, people will have a multimedia experience, so to say. Right? And that's what they'll come in the session for. Otherwise, they can, just look at your slides. As if you practice this technique, they will not get anything in the slides still. But so you're an artist on stage, and when you're doing all this artistry, there are also some things that will go wrong, and then you may have to focus on this then, which is what I told you about. You had to remind me. 1.1.1.1. What is that about? When you're on stage, this is the technique that I love to practice, and it goes like this. You stand in one spot, and you deliver one entire idea from that spot. Yeah, so one spot, one idea. That's the first two ones. And then one direction, one sentence. That's the other two ones which we talked about earlier. When your idea is over, you move to another spot. One direction, one sentence. Next direction, the next sentence, and keep repeating like that. What this does is this breaks the monotony. If many people make this mistake of hiding behind the podium. Many people don't do that anymore, but many people have this mistake. They keep walking, and they're talking to whom? To the wall. The moment you lose eye contact with your audience, you're gone. But a lot of us make that mistake. The other mistake that a lot of us make is that they know that they need to make eye contact, but then they will speak one sentence and then they'll keep looking at everybody. They'll just keep on scrolling. So that also doesn't work because, if you do not stay in one direction for one complete sentence, you don't make that connection. So you don't want to run around on the stage unless you definitely want to do something like this, which is part of your script. Yeah? But focus on this principle, and then I think a lot of things will go well. Filler words is another thing that I want to talk about, which is all the ums and ahas that we fall into. See, filler words are good. They make your talk more conversational. It feels personal because when we talk to a friend, we do use filler words. But especially when you're on stage, you want to reduce the use of filler words. The reason why we use filler words is because there's so much going on in our head and we're just trying to put things together. We fill the gaps with these ums and ahas and okays and yas. The way you deal with them, just replace them with silence. Take a pause whenever you're still trying to, fit your thoughts. There is another benefit to pause. Pause also breaks the monotony of talking. So every time I stop, you're hanging again, waiting for what is to come next. Again, raising your curiosity. Really works. It has worked today. So that's the way you deal with filler words. And I'm going to quickly talk about a few more of my secrets or tips to deal with public speaking. The next is, before going on stage, what is it that I do? So before I even enter the hall, I will just look around. I'll actually see the venue. Where do I have to enter from? How will I be on the stage? Before I actually start, I will come on the stage and I'll look at the whole setup, light setup. We'll test the mic, we'll test the clicker, the slides, the proportion, the ratio of the slides, the colors, everything, we will make sure that it is all done well. You want to test all of this every time you go on stage, because something or the other will go wrong. And you want to prepare for it. You don't want to just get on stage and then face that. And then when I'm on stage, the first thing that I do is I don't start talking, I just stand. I'll stand in the middle and I'll just be with people. Establish that connection and then start talking. Yeah? Okay. So that's some tips about being on stage. But there are some more interesting, important things like this. We get too serious. Especially if you're on stage and you've done all that preparation and then you're like, okay, this needs to go well, this needs to go well, and then you forget to smile. And especially when you make a mistake, you're like, oh. What should you do when you make a mistake? Yeah, just smile. When you're on stage, have fun. At least you can have fun. And if you're not having fun, what's the point? Because if you're not having fun, the audience will not have fun, they'll not connect, etc., etc., right? So I have to remind myself of doing this. Sometimes I, plant people in the audience. I tell them, okay, look at my expression. If I look boring, then just indicate me that I have to smile, and then I'll smile and then go forward. Yes? Quickly, let me complete some golden rule of goofing up. I promise you, I'll tell you that. The golden rule of goofing up, making mistakes, is that nobody will know about it. You wrote your script. You figured, you planned what you want to talk about. You make a goof up. They don't even know. People don't know when you make mistakes. Like I would have made so many mistakes. I just made a mistake in this sentence itself. Nobody noticed. People won't notice because they don't know your script. That's a golden rule of goofing up. Feel free to goof up. But do not forget practice. Practice is important. I go to the length of writing the script for my entire talk. Like really writing the script and then practicing that and rehearsing that. I make mistakes, but it's okay. People are on my side. The difference between meh to memorable is practice. The more you do it, the better you'll get it. Finally, remember, there is no inherent stress in public speaking or life in general. We make it stressful. You don't have to be perfect to succeed. You don't have to be a charismatic person to succeed at public speaking. What really matters is authentic stories that'll connect people. When you share that authentically, people will get value. And that is what you want to focus on when you do public speaking. You want to focus on giving value to people. When people receive value, that is your success. Now, I told you that it's about inform, engage, and act. What is the action that I'm asking you of? Speak. Speak. And don't wait till the next WordCamp. Yeah? You don't have to wait till the next WordCamp to speak. You can just, turn to the person sitting next to you, go outside, and then share one thing that you liked in this session. Talk about 30 seconds. And that is public speaking because you're talking to somebody public. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing masterclass on public speaking. And I think we have some time.
We have? Okay.
Can we have a quick questions from the audience? Anyone want to ask something?
So
lot
if
of-
you ask me a specific question, I'll try to answer it specifically. If you ask me a vague question, I'll try to confuse you more.
What tips do you have for public speaking on like a Zoom call or online situation?
So you won't have a stage, so you can't do all the acting. The rest will stay the same. Yeah, I get it that you don't see the audience, but if you have the chance and if you have the setup, you can see the audience. Like you can have one screen for yourself and the rest if you can see the other attendees. If you can do that, still maintain that eye contact. But anytime you're talking to a camera, the best way to maintain eye contact or make other people feel like you'll have eye contact is to look into the camera and talk. Because when you look into the camera, people feel that you're talking to them. Yeah, on the other side. Thank you.
Next question.
Yeah. So, first of all, your presentation is phenomenal, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, my question is, how is important about the speaker notes, including the script of your presentation when you speak publicly, and how often you read them?
Okay, so his question is about speaker notes, and speaker notes are like notes that you can leave with each slide in most of the presentation software. I keep my script as a speaker note. So with each slide, I write a whole script about what I'm going to talk about. I don't submit that to the organizers though. I keep it to myself, and I don't read them. Okay, so I would not read from the speaker notes. So depending on the setup where you're going to talk, so some of them will have this kind of a monitor, okay? So if this monitor may have your speaker notes, and if you have speaker notes, and sometimes it has the next slide that you're going to present. So if you have that, you can use that as a reference. Today I didn't have that because I submitted a PDF. I don't prefer to submit a keynote or PPT. I prefer to submit PDF to avoid all the risk of things not working. So I won't have speaker notes at my disposal when I'm speaking, so I can't read them. Because if I read them, what's going to happen? If I read, then what's going to happen? Yes, you guys are smart. You will lose eye contact. You lose eye contact, you lose the audience. Yeah, make sense? Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing experience. It's so great. And you say that we need to action, so I decided to ask question. It's also public speaking.
Yes, yes.
I feel so nervous just thinking about asking questions. So I can imagine how stressful to be on the stage. And you said last thing about practicing. So I'm curious about like, what opportunity can we have to practice? You said that we can just find the people to talk to them,
Yes.
but it's so much easier to just talk to person, just two of us. There's no stress to talk about. It's so much different compared to stand on the stage.
Yeah.
So where can I practice? If I practice at home,
Yeah.
I won't feel stress. So where can I have the similar environment to feel that? Thank you.
Good question. So first of all, I would like to answer the second part, which is about stress, and that we may not have stress with a friend or at home. Stress is here. So you just tell yourself that this friend is actually 1,000 people, or this mirror that you're talking to is a big auditorium. Okay, so just imagine that you're speaking in front of a big audience. I bet you will be stressed. Okay. Now, that's just one way of dealing with that. So if you do mirror work, which is like practicing in front of the mirror, or you can record yourself on camera. By the way, that's a fun thing to do. Like really. When you do that, don't have anybody else in the room and don't show that video to anybody else. Okay? Because you will laugh so much looking at yourself on camera. But that's another way to practice. And of course, whenever you have an opportunity, speak in a meetup. If you have an organization, speak in front of people in your team. If you have a group of friends, speak in front of them for any topic that is of common interest. You don't need to talk about WordPress. You can talk about anything. And see, the trick is every time you talk in public, if you be conscious about it, and if you practice some of these principles, you'll get better at it. So if you practice, let's say, eye contact. If you practice, if you have a few people, then if you practice one sentence, one direction, yeah, you will get better at it. And that is what will come useful when you come on stage. It's just a matter of time. Yeah. So I look forward to see you on stage.
So just one quick question again.
Yeah.
Yeah, one question. So how do you make adjustments to your presentation? Let's say, depending on your audience, where you're at, you may make slight adjustments, right?
Yeah.
What if you don't know that much about your audience and you don't get to ask them questions? I mean, certain comedians with their punchlines may work at certain cities but not other cities. And the same thing with a tech audience versus an audience that you may not have that much info about. So how do you determine optimal impact based on the type of adjustments you can make in real time?
Yeah. Again, great question. So you have to listen to all kind of feedback that you'll get from the audience. When I walk up stage and look at you, and if you look back at me, there is some feedback. If I try to crack a joke and if you laugh at it, there is some feedback. If you don't laugh at it, that's another feedback. And that is how you could adjust. Or you can also ask questions. If it's a technical topic, you can always ask questions like, okay, how many of you have done this, not done this, etc., to what level? So those are the things that you can do. And another thing that helps is you have to be good at what you're talking about. And once you're good at what you're talking about, you will know that, okay, if my audience is like this, these are the adjustments that I can make. Or you can pre-plan that, okay, if people know about this, or if this is the city, or this is the kind of context that I'm going to talk about, then this is the branch of my presentation that I'll use. And if you have multiple slides, you can skip a few, or you can say spend more time on this slide and not on that slide, things like that. So you can always vary your delivery, even if it's on the same topic, based on the audience. It's important to do that because that's what matters. You're here to give value to the audience. If they don't receive value, what's the point? Yeah, so it is dynamic, but I would say get feedback in whichever way possible so that you know whether the audience is connecting with you or not. Then carry forward. Thank you.
I need one last question I think we can take. No?
Okay, so one here.
Oh, so we are out of time, so we can take the question after the,
sure.
And you can catch him outside also, and he will be also available at the after party.
Yep.
And we have a special token of appreciation for our speaker. So just let me give.
Thank you. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you very much, and I hope some of you will try to act on this. We will be back shortly for the next session. So stay here, and if you want to take water or anything, you can come back soon. Hello. Hello, everyone. I have an important announcement to make. So we just got some news from the program team that today's lunch food was supposed to be gluten-free, but due to some goof up from the food vendor, catering vendor, it was not actually gluten-free. So in case if any of you are feeling some issues or and feeling uneasy, there is a nursing staff near the registration counter. So you can reach out there, and you can also contact any staff or volunteer or organizer for the directions. We are really sorry for this inconvenience, but it was unfortunate from our side also. So we are so sorry for that. So now, let's begin the next session. So before that, we have done a small raise your hand exercise in the previous session. So let's do that again. How many of you are here developers? Good number. And designers and marketers. So we have a mix of audience. And how many of you have ever browsed a website or used an app that was so difficult to scroll or navigate, and you just came out of that? Yeah, this happened with all of us, and I'm sure you will never want to have the same experience for the website that you build and manage. Am I right? Yeah, so in this talk, we will learn about why it's important to design a digital experience with a purpose, because without a purpose, nothing is good. We will learn how to apply key principles of intentional design, such as knowing why and who. We will also learn how to measure and improve design outcomes and navigate common challenges in the design process. Whether you are a designer looking for enhance your design approach, or stakeholders wanting to understand how design decisions impact user experiences, or anyone interested in creating a user-friendly and effective design, this session will provide a valuable insight for all of you. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Hendrickson. She is a senior product manager at WordPress Commerce at Bluehost and have 10 years of hosting experience in hosting industry. She has curious problem-solving mindset and has strong belief that there is no limit what can be built when we combine the creativity with curiosity. Jocelyn has led numerous transformative projects, including successful third-party integrations, interface designs, and system improvement projects. And she also had a very interesting WordCamp journey. Her first ever WordCamp was WordCamp Asia that happened last year. And the second WordCamp was WordCamp Europe that happened last year. And the third WordCamp was WordCamp US. So she started her WordCamp journey with all the big WordCamps. And she's a mother of 5 kids, also has 2 cats and 1 dog. Anyone cat lover here? And today she is accompanied by her mother, who is here to cheer her. Please raise your hand and say hi to all our audience. So please welcome Jocelyn and learn about intentional design and crafting a purposeful digital experience. Please welcome.
Hasn't this been an amazing WordCamp so far? Are you guys loving it? Yeah? Thank you so much for being here with me today. Like he said, I'm Jocelyn Hendrickson. I'm a senior product manager at Bluehost. I've been there for 11 years. A little bit more about me. He mentioned I have 5 kids, 2 cats, and a dog. Yeah, it's a little bit busy there. I'm an artist. I'm a creator. I love building new things. I love designing new things, whether it's with digital art or watercolor or anything else. I just love the process of creation. As a product manager, oftentimes the projects I work on have a lot of overlap with developers, marketers, designers, and it's a really interesting and a unique place that I'm in because my job is to create and come up with innovative solutions or build on existing solutions that are in the market and seeing how we can improve those. And I think one of the best ways to do that is with intention, with purpose. And so that's really what we're going to be talking about today, is how the process in which you design things really can lead to either a really great experience or kind of be a flop. So the lead-up question was really great because we've all been here before, right? Where we've used an app or a website that is so frustrating for whatever reason. It might be slow, it might have too much clutter in it, it has a confusing navigation, and it's terrible. You don't want to return to that site ever again or use that app again. Leaves you really disappointed, as compared to an experience that's really delightful. There's a few applications that I use and websites that I go to that every time I go to them, it's because they make me feel great. I love using them. I'm able to accomplish the task that I set out to accomplish. The difference between these two experiences is really the intention behind how they were created, how they were crafted, and the way that that website and that solution communicates with you and resonates with you. So, what is intentional design? It's a process where the user's intentions with the product, app, or website are considered at each point of the design process. It begins with the conception, it begins with the documentation, it begins with the thoughts and the ideas that you communicate with others. It even goes down to as simple as, like, should I use a comma or a semicolon here? It's the details that matter when you're designing with intention. So everything has always a specific purpose when you're designing with intention. Whether it's you're solving a problem, whether you're trying to communicate information, or reinforce a message to your audience. Everything is chosen deliberately. So I will start this off by telling a story. Well, let me back up a little bit. We'll talk about why it matters. When you design with intention, you're able to build user-friendly, accessible experiences that speak and resonate with your audience. By understanding your users' needs, their preferences, their pain points, their motivations, you design solutions that really meet their expectations and provide value. So with that, I'm going to now tell a story. So a few years ago, I had this dream of completely redesigning my office area. And I spent a lot of time on Amazon adding things to my wish list. I spent a lot of time on Pinterest pinning different things. And it was this complete dream to have a space where I could go create, do art, and be really, like, just have a space that was mine that felt like me. Because prior to that, I really didn't. I just kind of had things thrown in there and cluttered. And my husband was very patient with me. He told me, you can buy anything that you want. We can design it however you want. It's your space. So I ordered some incredible wallpaper and a light fixture that matched, and I was super excited for this journey and for redesigning this office. So we took everything out, put up the wallpaper, my husband installed the light fixture, and I was so excited. I was seeing my dream come true of this space that I wanted to create. And then I started buying a lot of packages from Amazon and buying things from the store, like a lot of things that probably shouldn't need to do. They didn't maybe match. I was just very excited, and my excitement got the best of me. And after we put up the wallpaper and the light fixture, I still had to work on Monday, so I reluctantly returned my craft desk, my work desk, set everything back up, but still was very excited. And all those boxes that I purchased from Amazon that were showing up at my doorstep and things from the store, yeah, that's when kind of things went wrong. This is kind of what my office area started to look like. All the packages stacked up against each other. I had paintings and pictures that were mismatched. It was complete chaos. But I'll tell you that I knew where everything was in the chaos. But if I asked my husband, hey, can you go get me some scissors from my area, he would never be able to find them. But I understood the chaos. And he asked me one time, he's like, this is really how you want your area where you're supposed to be calm and productive to be? No, it was not how I wanted it to be at all. But I'd lost sight of my original intentions of wanting to redesign my office. And I brought things in and purchased things just because I could. And that really leads to the point that I think is really important with this, is that intentionality beats impulsivity. It's really easy to make quick decisions and get that instant gratification because you're able to do it. We live in a fast-paced world where decisions are made really fast, but we lose sight of that intention, and we end up oftentimes, some websites kind of feel like this, I think, sometimes too. So how do you become intentional? I'll walk through some principles of intentional designing today. So we start with kind of knowing your purpose, your audience, and then talk about simplicity, connection, clarity, and impact. So the first thing is before you start designing anything, and this can be for anybody, and when I'm talking about designing, I want to make it very clear. I am not a designer. I do not go on to Photoshop and design things. Designing things can extend way beyond that, whether it's you're designing an API. If you're developers, you want to design APIs that everybody wants to integrate with. If you are designing a marketing campaign, if you're designing products, if you're actually a designer, this can extend to anything. And that's kind of why I started with the story of my office redesign, is because these principles, I really hope that you're able to take them and apply them to whatever it is that you want to create. And in order to do that, you have to start with your purpose. You have to have a clear vision of what you want to achieve. And oftentimes what you'll see is we'll have this large purpose of our website, and that's great. We use that as our North Star, and we continue to think about that. But then when we're building small details, such as maybe a contact form, the purpose is maybe for a newsletter, right? Like sign up for my newsletter. All you really need is an email address, and maybe I agree to receive emails. But sometimes you'll see those and it will be like first name, last name, favorite color, what's your pet's name, you know, what did you eat last night for dinner? And there's no point of that, right? So you'll need to ask yourself what the problem is you're trying to solve, what's the value that you're trying to provide, and what's the impact that you are trying to make. And that's not just for the entire solution, that's for every component in your solution. And in order to do that, you have to know your who. Who are you building this for? Who are you designing for? Why do they need this? What pain points are you trying to solve for them? What are their goals? What are their motivations? Why is it that this is a product or a solution that they need? Oftentimes, you'll hear about understanding your users, and we'll hear the same types of practices, I guess, is the best way to say it. So doing things like create a user persona. Let's do market research. Let's have customer analytics to understand our person. But for me, I think that's a great starting point. And I think it's important to do these things, but people don't want to be personas. People want to be seen as a human. They want to feel that when they're using your product or your website, app, whatever it is, that they are seen, that they are heard. So we've got to paint the rest of the picture. And we do that through the first thing that we'll talk about is empathy. Is our way to see the world through other people's eyes. It's our way to see what they see, feel what they feel, and experience things as they do. It really is the cornerstone of intentional design because it helps us understand the problems and the realities of the people that we're designing for. So seeing through the world through their eyes is something that is so powerful, and it's something that I don't think oftentimes we take a step back to do. You'll hear about method acting, and I think it's important for us to do method designing or method browsing even, if you've heard that term, where you become that person, you become that user, and you see the world through their eyes. So, imagine you're designing an app or a website for somebody who's taking care of elderly parents that have fallen sick. They don't want to have a lot of data points saying like, here's the features and the benefits, and it's only $9,000 a month. They want to see that you care about the problems. Like, think about the worry, the sleepless nights, that am I going to remember to give the medication on time? Or I have to go out of town, who's going to take care of it? They want to feel seen and heard, and that your solution really delivers to them. Now, that being said, people are not robots. P.S. This was all generated by AI, and AI is not very great at spelling, so just ignore the words. But emotional state matters to users. So like I said, in that instance where I'm feeling really nervous and I'm having all this worry with this situation I'm in about taking care of elderly parents. Mom, you're not elderly. I don't think that at all, by the way. It's just an example. But that's how I feel. But maybe I'm telling my best friend and I say, hey, Laura, I'm really looking for this solution. I don't know what to do. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm feeling anxious. She might want those bullet points of those features because she's not feeling the way that I feel. And so it's important that we're not always emotional, but we're not always analytical because we're humans, and sometimes we work in an emotional state and an analytical state. And so it's important to recognize the difference between the two and to test and see how your audience responds to the way that you're communicating with them. The next part is to design for context. Do you know where your users are using your solution? Do you know how they're using it? Understanding the context of how they use it and when and why they need to use it is just as important as knowing their needs and their wants and their preferences. So, I mean, for example, designing an application that's used in a cozy little quiet cafe gives you more affordances than you get where if you're designing an application that people are going to be used in a really busy train stop, right? They're running late for work, they need to catch that next bus. They don't want to have to take the time to figure out and go through the maze of your solution. They want that information where they need that information. And that's why the next part is accessibility as part of empathy. This is a measurement of the user's ability to use the products and services to the extent and ease that they can use them. It can be temporary disabilities they may have, or permanent ones. Accessibility design is inclusive of everybody, and it is not an afterthought. And I want to make that very clear because oftentimes it is in a lot of products. But if you think about those users with visual impairments, motor disabilities, cognitive challenges, how can we make our products inclusive of them? Those alt text for images, keyboard navigation, color contrast, those are not check boxes. They are expressions of empathy. And they say, we see you and we care. This quote really just reminds me a lot of the importance of empathy and understanding. So if we want our users to connect and find value in the products that we're delivering, we must first really understand and recognize with their needs. We need to design products that not only solve their problems, but they resonate with them on a deeper level. And I mentioned it a bit before, but the tacit knowledge, having an experience that you would never be able to understand unless you've lived through it is really, really important. So if you wish for me to weep, you yourself must first feel grief. How can you design a solution for somebody whose problem you don't understand? I don't think it's possible. Which brings us to connection. It's great to have empathy. It's great to understand those things. It's great to understand your people, but without connection, it also doesn't matter. We need to use storytelling and emotion to create that connection with the user. We need to provide interactivity and feedback to make them feel involved and empowered in your solution. We need to reward them for their small achievements, like, yay, they did the thing you wanted them to do. It's very, very important for the users that they feel that connection. And I've heard it actually in a couple times in this WordCamp where people have talked about examples and they said, I actually loved that website because it spoke to me. It's important to speak the language that your users are using, and I'm not talking about English, Spanish, Chinese, like that. It's the language that they use and that they understand. Which brings us to simplicity. Leonardo da Vinci put it this way, is that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Another example of complete chaos. Can anybody find the pinwheel in here? It's like blue. Anybody? I couldn't find it either, but it's supposed to be there. But this is oftentimes how users feel, is this complete chaos on their website when the website isn't simplistic. Now, how about we find a colored pencil? It's very clear where that is. To have a very intentional design, we need to make sure that we are removing the clutter that we have on the website. Just like you don't want to live in a home that's cluttered with garbage or laundry not put away. I know sometimes we're all there, but it doesn't feel great. We need to remove the unnecessary, remove the clutter, focus on the essentials. I mentioned that at the beginning, but what is its purpose? Why is it there? And if you don't know that answer, it shouldn't be there. It needs to be removed. It shouldn't exist just because it can. Kind of like my office, just because I could buy a lot of things didn't mean I should actually bring them in. The unnecessary distractions that we have on our website confuse and frustrate users. When we remove them, your website and your solution becomes more pleasant, more appealing, and interactive. Clarity goes hand in hand with simplicity. It's really difficult to have clarity, in my opinion. It's really easy to be unclear. For clarity, it's important that we think about our copy and our content. What are the words that we're using? Are we using jargon? Are we using insider conversations with our users? Or again, are we speaking their language? Are we using good fonts? Is our font size big enough? Can you read the fonts, a dark font on a dark background? No, right? You need to make sure that everything that you have is clear, that people can not only read it, but understand it. Your structure and navigation, the way that you inform your users where they are in your application is very important too. You know, you kind of go down a rabbit hole of website navigation and now you don't know how to go back. And that's where adding the details like the breadcrumbs and a clear and strong navigation are really, really important. One of my favorite quotes by Brené Brown is, clear is, this is like opposite, it's throwing me off. Okay, clear is kind and unclear is unkind. We shouldn't make our users guess what we mean. We should tell them exactly what we mean every single time. And it's funny, when Contributor Day, this quote got brought up by somebody else, and I'm like, it's going to be in my talk. And it was really exciting because I think it's really powerful. We also need to understand the impact of our designs and our design choices, which means that we're measuring our outcomes and the results of our solutions. So start by setting very clear goals that can be tracked. You need to use the data and analytics that are behind them to evaluate the performance and the effectiveness of your solution, even down to the smallest details such as a button or a link. Evaluate the user feedback and satisfaction that you're getting from your customers to understand not just like the visual experience, but their perception of it. How did they feel? How do they tell others about it? Are they going to leave your application or your website feeling unsure about it, or, man, that was terrible, never go there? But you need to understand the story behind that. And from there, you take this information to move to the next phase, which we'll talk about, is iterating. It's not just enough, though, to understand the analytics. In order to be empathetic and to really design intentionally, you need to build the bridges between the data that you're seeing and the analytics that you're seeing and the stories behind them, right? So somebody abandoned the shopping cart, but why did they abandon the shopping cart? What was the reason that they did or did not feel that way? What is their background or the characteristics that made them feel the same way? People are not the same. We could go to the same website and I might love it and you might hate it, and that's okay. And that's why you need to tie the data to the humans behind the data. And iterate. Iterate often. Test often. We have good ideas, and it can be really difficult, I think, to iterate because you're like, no, this was a great idea. I don't want to change anything. You should. You should test. You should iterate. You should take those analytics and the feedback that you're getting, prioritize changes and ideas that you might want to make on your solution, and make them small, one change at a time. If you change an entire web page because the analytics are saying that it's not converting or you're not getting a lot of views, and you change the whole thing, you're not going to know if it was it the messaging you were using, was it the button, the hero image. Make small changes and make them frequently to understand how you can improve your solution. I will say designing with intention is not easy. It's difficult and it can be time consuming, and it's something that needs to have a lot of practice. It's really easy to have an idea and put it out there without any more thought to it. Some of the common challenges that you see, we'll kind of talk about, is lack of awareness. Really not understanding the full concept of what you're trying to build and why. And I've done this a lot with my UX team. Is I'll say, hey, we're trying to build X feature, and they go, okay, and they bring something to me, and it's lack of awareness because I have the context behind it, and they may not have all the context behind it. There may not be enough time. Time constraints are a real thing. You might have a lot of pressure from your business or from your clients, and so fitting those tight deadlines is easy, and it leads to really haphazard designs that are rushed and they feel rushed. Sometimes we focus too much on the aesthetics and making it look pretty over the functionality. The functionality is really, really important. Client demands, like I talked about, they have a lot of demands, and sometimes they don't want to listen to your suggestions. They don't want to hear you say, no, that's not going to work. They just want what they want. We may have limited resources, again, time, money, etc. Lack of user research or empathy in building those solutions makes it difficult. Again, if you don't know who you're building for, what their pain points are, how can you build a solution for them? Resistance to change. I've been there before where I've built a solution. I've built different things for Bluehost, and it doesn't perform out, and I'm like, no, it's gonna work, and I don't want to change it because it's a great idea. It should be changed. It's not bad to be wrong. What's bad is that we are resistant to changing our ideas and doing something else. And then misalignment of goals. This goes back a lot to the clarity point, is making sure that things are understood before you start designing, making sure you're in alignment with the people that you're working with. You know, between designers or developers or stakeholders, you may have difference of opinion and different priorities or goals, so the designs lead to lack of intentionality. My favorite one to talk about, though, is the curse of knowledge. Having knowledge is great. I love learning things, but it's also kind of a curse. Because when we have this curse of knowledge, it's really easy to assume user familiarity. Just because I know something does not mean that you know something, right? We're not on the same wavelength. Everybody has a different level of understanding things. We'll use insider language because in our jobs and in our day-to-day, we are used to speaking that way to each other. But your users may not be used to understanding that language. And I don't think that we oftentimes see that we are speaking that way or that we are that way to them. We're overlooking user needs. We think that we know what they need more than they know what they need, right? And because we know, we have the information, we have the context, but we don't use that oftentimes in a full story. And one of the biggest ones, I think, is underestimating learning curves. Using a new app, using a new website, it can be difficult. It can prove challenging. We need to make sure that we're understanding and we know that it takes time to onboard to a new solution and that we're patient with those new users. So, design with intention, design with purpose. Intentional design is impactful, it's inspirational, and it's important. That's everything I have today. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, that was an interesting session. Thanks a lot for this. So we have time for QA. Anybody have any questions? We have some.
Turn over here.
Nagesh, can you go there? Yep.
Hello, thanks for the talk. It was a great sum up of a lot of topics, very well connected. I have a question regarding where you talk about the resistance to change. And you said that you want to, your team have designed something and you are like, yeah, it's going to work. I was wondering, when is the time that you start to iterate and you decide that, okay, this didn't work? Because if you have the resistance to change, I really don't know when is the exact time that you lose the hope, or you check the metrics and say like, okay, this really don't work. We need to start with, we need to change it and start again.
Okay, so the question, and I think I'm understanding it right, is that you're asking when is the best time to look at our existing solution and decide based on the analytics when we need to iterate, and how do we do that? Is that basically what you're asking? Okay,
Yeah.
That's a great question, and I think that it goes back to a couple of points. Is you have to start with knowing your purpose and setting very clear goals. If your goal is to build a web page that's going to have, say, like 50% conversion or whatever it is, and you're not hitting that goal, that's a clear indication that it's time to look into it. And it's really important to make sure that you have the analytics on your website that you're looking at, and you're looking at them regularly, and you're evaluating what you're seeing against those goals. And so as far as like knowing when to iterate, I think as long as you kind of go through the steps and you say, okay, do I understand what I'm building? Does the solution there, is it the right thing? It might be the wrong color or the wrong words, but I think building with users and doing user testing will also help that. So the best time is when you're not achieving your goals and your outcomes. It's time to reevaluate, because if you're not achieving them, you're failing, and we don't want to fail. We want to have successful websites or products. So that would be my advice: is take a look at what you're trying to achieve, see how far off you are, and if you're like trending up and you're like not there yet, but it's a good trajectory, like maybe don't change it for a while. Give it the time, to ramp. But if you're not seeing kind of that return on investment, then I would say figure out where it's going wrong. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great.
Any other questions we have?
So that we got the situation lately with the clients, one of our clients. So we are developing the consent page for them to read, for the user to read the privacy notice, and including a term of service. And we consult with the client's lawyer teams, and we come up with a design that we think that it is, for us, we think that it is good for the customer experience entirely. But when we presented to the lawyer, they resist us. Then they say that, no, you need to put the terms and condition before you sign up process. But instead, we are designing the term and condition built into the sign up form. How can we persuade the lawyers or the another stakeholders to make sure that what we are designing, our intention to let people do the sign up in the sign up process, to make sure that we are on the same page and they understand what our intention is?
Okay, that's a great question. So the question was with the resistance to change.
Yep.
And they had a project where they were working on building out a website, and they were building out the content, and they have the terms and service page, and the lawyers said that, or they did not want to have the terms and conditions as something that they had to agree upon when signing up for the form.
After we filled in everything, and then we read the term and condition.
Sure. And it just seems as though their design and the lawyers were not on the same page, and that they insisted on it being way. Okay, so my advice is to, working with legal teams is difficult. Laws exist for a reason. I probably would just let that one go, because I'm not a lawyer. That is a very difficult one, and I've run into that a lot, where even I was talking about language, using clear and concise language, when it comes to lawyers and like legally speak, there are things you have to, it's a lot, right? That's why we have legal teams, is to protect companies. And so I think for other situations, with legal that's tricky, but how you persuade them that your idea is better, the best way to do that is to A/B test, right? Like listen to your stakeholders. Your stakeholders' feedback is important. And I think it's important to collaborate and say, can we try it this way for X amount of time? Or maybe we do split traffic testing this way and that way, and let's see what the results are.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Amy. I'm a user researcher, and I very much agree on your point of view about like how to build the empathies with your teams, right, and helping the teams understanding users. But in your last point about a new user that new solutions that require times and also need to be patient, as a user researcher, I can also very much like I wanted to in my current situation, I really wanted to persuade my team to be patient because I know like how much the learning curve we're introducing to the users, right? But what if there's no time and you also know there's a cost of waiting, right? And this is actually putting the whole company into the risk. As a product manager, how are you going to balance your times and also the cost of patience? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that those are really great questions. Sometimes we have to build things and we have to build them quickly. And it's okay to build quickly and it's okay to fail fast. I think that it's important to always be performing user research, regardless of it is, and even if it's deployed after, like if you deploy a new solution and you're doing that user research afterwards, then you can take that information to propose iterations to make changes for the future, because I know sometimes with stakeholders and alignment, it just, there is no time, for those things. And I think it's really important why I talked about the common challenges is because it is hard. It is hard because there is that time constraint, there is that pressure, there is that misalignment of stakeholders to those people. So I think it's really a process, and it's something that you have to push forward, and once you can kind of explain the benefits and get alignment with your team on those things, I think it will come to fruition. But I don't know, I mean obviously I don't work for your company, but sometimes you can't change those time frames, and I would say to just keep pushing, keep doing the research, even if it's deployed, understand it, and then you can use it as a post-launch understanding of what it is. Hi, Aaron.
Hi. I loved the part where you were talking about kind of building the bridge between data and stories. And I think that often as we're building stuff on the web, we're good at collecting data, and it can be a struggle to collect those stories. And so we tend to infer those stories. We assume based on the data of someone leaving the cart that we maybe know why. Do you have any like tips or tricks on how to best collect the stories in order to connect them to the data?
Ask them. Talk to them. Reach out to your customers. I think it's really important that you have a connection with your customers always. If you're not talking directly to the people who are using your products, whether that's through contacting them via email or text, etc., to say, can we ask you more stories? Like, can we ask you these questions? Let them tell you the information. Asking for feedback, having like, overall, how satisfied with this today? Or even, hey, like you didn't purchase this item, sending an email, is everything good? You ask them, talk to them. You should always be talking and connecting with your users.
I love it.
Thanks, Aaron.
Can you talk a little bit about how we can scale that? Because that could definitely take a lot of time, having all those conversations.
It does. So when I say talk to your users, I don't mean like some of, we have millions of customers in some of our places, and it does take a lot of time. But I think it's important for you to first understand what you're trying to, like the answers you're trying to get. And I think that if you create cohorts of different user segments and understand, okay, these users are a pro user or they're a novice user, right? And you kind of have to make some inferences on the data that you're seeing to say, okay, this is the target audience that I should be talking to about this very specific thing. It does take time, but luckily there's a lot of tools that we have that we can say, now analyze this and tell me the output, right? Like, you give me this information. So it can be hard to scale, but as long as you're always doing it, as long as you're reaching out and you have, I think, a consistent program in place to collect that is good. Working with others, we try to talk to users at least once a month, reach out and just say, hey, do you have quick 30 minutes? Can we talk through some of these things? I think it's just hard to answer that like as a blanket statement. Just know your goal, figure out what you're trying to understand, and find the humans that have the story behind that to talk to. And often with companies, it requires a full UX research team.
Any other questions?
Hi, Carl.
Hi. If you're a noob at intentional design like myself, what would be like good resources? How did you learn about intentional design? Like, where would you point somebody?
There's a lot of really great books that are out there. There's a lot of really great articles. Actually, there was at one of the Apple conventions they had, somebody had a talk about kind of designing with purpose. But the way that I learned about it is, my background is I started at Bluehost in customer service. So I was talking to the customers regularly, but usually it was with problems. And I became very interested in the reason that they were calling us, because they couldn't do something or they may have been frustrated. And over time, I kind of started becoming friends with the developer, so I could say, hey, can we change this? Like, even though it had nothing to do with me, I just was answering calls. But the user experience became something that I just cared very deeply about myself. And so over my career, I've spent a lot of time figuring out how the type of product manager I want to be and the type of, the way that I want to innovate with other people. But I will, when we have the links on the slides, I think I have a slide on here that has a list of resources of books that I think are really important that can be helpful. So you can refer to those.
Thanks.
And you can always ask me, you can reach out to me.
She's on the Twitter.
I'm on the Twitter. I did a thing. I'm at the Bluehost booth most of the time.
Exactly.
So reach out. I'm happy.
You know where to find her.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions and mentor anybody that wants more information.
And she's doing all the WordCamps now. That's how you were introduced to.
Yes, that is how we became friends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
So I think this will be the last question because we are running out of time.
I have a question about hiring. So I was once told a product designer shouldn't be looking into data. So I'm wondering, if you build your own team, what is the most important element when you're hiring a designer or like build a product design team that can conduct this kind of research, especially if you're in a startup?
That's a great question and not something I have experience in. I don't hire people. I'm not a designer, but I think.
Who you enjoy working with if you have some buddies that work with you? What abilities that we will look into?
Sure. I am somebody who is able to really analyze information, that they're very excited about learning about customers, that they're not afraid to talk to customers, people who like to be innovative, they love to challenge, they have new ideas, and people that just really showcase that they understand the reasons behind what they're doing. Oh, that's a hard. I work with so many different people, and everybody has very different skill sets. But yeah, I think just somebody who constantly wants to improve and make things better for the right reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn, for sharing all the wisdom and knowledge with us and answering all these questions. If you have any other questions around, then you can meet her outside this hall. So that's all for today. And we have a special token of appreciation for our speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
So that's the wrap up from this stage. And this is the last session from this stage. Now you have to gather in at 3:30 p.m. in the plenary hall for the Matt's MA session. After that, there will be a sponsor raffle, and I'm sure most of you have signed up for that. And after that, we will have a closing remark, and we will get the answer of most awaited question. where will the next WordCamp Asia will happen. So see you soon at the plenary hall.